Okay. All right. Let me see that everything is actually all right though. Yeah, like I thought, it's not. Oh, what? There it is. Never mind. We're good to go. And I'm a furry today. Why? Because fuck it. That's why. Because why not? One day you're a furry and one day you're a normal human being. Anyways, I guess there's some drama with Silhouette. Not really, but like people are complaining about him or some shit. And honestly, I think actually not. I'm not gonna say what I think. Actually, you know what? I'm just not gonna say it because I don't know yet. I don't know if I can attribute it to that situation, but I feel like some people would start making comments like that ever since He Who Shall Not Be Named got banned. But let's see what becoming an ANET partner does to a motherfucker. So I'm assuming people are complaining about him. I guess I don't remember Silhouette defending this expansion. I don't watch every single one of his videos, but I thought this might be something of interest to me because I love drama, especially when it comes to the games I play. So let's see.
Know what this means. Like, maybe we've forgotten, and I mean we, like the royal we. I definitely haven't forgotten. But in case you need a reminder, my takes are honest. My takes, whether you agree with them, my takes, whether you disagree with them, are strictly my opinion. And the reason why they might not seem harsh to you, or they might not seem like I'm critical enough, or as I used to be before I became a partner, is because I have watched this studio shit their pants so many times that I am not surprised. And this most recent iteration,
I would agree. Every single expansion, every major patch, not every, but many major patches, you know, it takes a week or two for them to fix stuff. Right? It's at this point, it's like, is there a point being that critical? Like, it's not even critical, it's like being that harsh when you're expecting it. You know, it sucks because it's like, how many times can you actually lose your shit and still be authentic about losing your shit when you know, okay, this expansion is gonna come out, there's gonna be a lot of bugs. This patch is gonna come out, there's gonna be a lot of bugs, right? They're gonna brick something. It's like, yeah, we know. Are we gonna lose our shit every single time? Probably not. And if you do lose your shit every single time, that just sounds really inauthentic because it's like, bro, like, if it mattered to you that much, you would have quit by now if you have a mental breakdown every single patch, every single expansion. I don't know, man. So I agree with him. I think Silhouette overall is pretty honest. However, I do think he's not too harsh on Guild Wars 2. And again, that doesn't mean he needs to be. If he's authentic and he's honest about how he feels about the game, and some things are just, it is what it is, like, yeah, it sucks, but like, I don't care that much, then yeah, that's fine, right? Silhouette is one of the very few people who I think are mostly, if not completely, authentic about their opinion about stuff regarding the game. Okay? Like, I don't wanna throw names, but like, there are some content creators that like everything is fucking rosy and everything is fucking great in Guild Wars 2 and they never complain about anything because I don't know why. Well, I mean, we kind of know why. But it's like everything is like amazing, right? And it's like, bro, like, how do you, like, what are you talking about? Like, no, not everything's amazing, right? It's like, oh, I just choose to focus on the things that are great. And it's like, yeah, but like, it sucks for all of us here, okay, that don't enjoy the fucking scenery. Just because the scenery is pretty doesn't mean that the content is actually good. Meanwhile, it's like, oh my god, I love the new metas. I love this. Oh my god, this is so great. Oh, this is so fun. Look at all these new specializations. Meanwhile, most people play only 1 or 2 characters. Right? It's like, it's like, oh my god, I love all 9. I love all 9 elite specializations. They're so good. Like, no, they're not. Some of them are like way over fucking powered, okay? They're breaking the game. PvP has been ruined multiple times because of introduction to new content like this, right? It's like you made so much shit irrelevant. It's like, why would you play anything except Ritualist for the first couple of weeks, you know? Like, it's like if you play a Necromancer already.
This most recent update is not even the worst one. Maybe
True.
that's why it seems like I'm not freaking out or I'm being lenient. The reality is that's what they do. I'm not surprised by it. They've been shitting their pants for 3 years straight with these quarterly updates. They have a good launch and then they shit their pants 3 times in a row. That's the way this content cycle goes. And everybody...
I don't think they had a good launch. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't. Like, straight up, it's not a good launch. Well, I mean, what would be considered a good launch? Like, was everyone able to play? Sure, yeah. Like, I mean, like the content that came out. No, not great. Not great.
Knows it. I started pointing this out 2 years ago. So it doesn't really matter whether you think I should be harsher or I'm being too lenient or I'm trying to do some partner shit. We'll talk about some of that a little later, I promise you. But I welcome you to the end. A story told in 3 parts like all great stories. And I'll save you all the normal YouTube bullshit like shilling a different video in the middle of a video, telling you to like the video and subscribe. Because chances are you already have, right? Like, I mean, let's be honest. But I'll treat
honestly, like the whole like there are some content creators that I really don't like watching because of the first like 1 to 2 minutes, right? Where there's like, if you like my content, you know, like, subscribe, go to my whatever Patreon, whatever. And it's like I get it, but fuck right off, man. Like like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, it's just, I'm sick of hearing it, you know, as a viewer. Okay?
you like an actual human instead of a commodity. Welcome to the end.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one.
When I was in the military, we had a saying about winning hearts and minds, and it was mostly used as a form of soft power projection. But overall, as Americans, one of the many ways that we use the military is through diplomatic measures. While I was deployed in the South China Sea, we went to various ports and had things called big tops, which were parties that were hosted by us that we weren't invited to mostly like foreign diplomats and dignitaries. But primarily we went to mainland China. We went to India and other places as well, but China was probably the most important one. And anyone who knows anything about the world knows that the United States and the CCP are not exactly friends. So why were we there? Well, by even going there, it is breaking the veil of control. It is easy to convince a group of people that Americans are evil if they've never met them. But when you take a subsect of the population and even briefly allow them to meet, party, eat, break bread with Americans and even American military nonetheless, it is hard to maintain that control and maintain the illusion that we are the enemy or that we're evil when you've met them. And you
basically, exposure therapy is probably one of the best things you can do. Right, this goes for racism as well, right? It's like you don't need to fight racism with all of these, you know, fucking petitions that you're making right now. Just the fact that like kids grow up and they are in school with kids of different colors, they will see that these people are not evil, and won't have biases and be like, oh, my parents are wrong. Because let's be real, rebellious stage will happen with every child, and you will face the point where it's like, okay, my parents are wrong about this and this and this. They're clearly wrong about, you know, people of color. I study with them, I grew up with them, they're fucking great. Okay. So, yeah, exposure therapy is probably one of the best ways to go about it. Throwing your ideals at somebody and forcing it onto them usually backfires. Okay, people don't like to be shoved with fucking forcing your opinion on them.
You've seen the generosity, you've seen the kindness firsthand. Now, I say that to say this. My biggest argument to become an ArenaNet partner is giving the studio credibility and breaking that veil of positivity, that illusion that was cast for so many years and years.
Oh my God,
only
please.
People that were let into this inner circle were the ones that were overtly positive and would glaze every move they made. I am a veteran player who actively plays the game, and I've always played this game. I didn't take year-long breaks. I'm a critic willing to share my thoughts directly about updates and provide real criticism without hyperbole or exaggeration, instead of just glazing the features or the content. And I must admit, I do ham things up for the audience from time to time. You are all here for a show after all, but I have no interest in covering for the mistakes or missteps of ArenaNet, and frankly, I don't think they do either. They're willing to take accountability for the things that they fuck up. Covering the Q1 patch,
are they willing? I would say they're willing to accept accountability for the things they fuck up that they are willing to accept that they fucked up on. So, for example, the way they do the story in an expansion, not good. Are they ever going to admit it? No. Right? They're not. They will never willingly admit that delaying the story with bullshit exploration, doing events and stuff like that is bad for the game and bad for the story. I don't think they've ever admitted, and clearly they don't believe it because we got VOE and we still had that stupid delay. Honestly, probably the worst delay now. I would much rather have a fill the bar than do a random exploration, which, by the way, at that point, I think it's the first 3 days of the expansion, you couldn't even use the add-on to, like, you know, use the API to figure it out. So you actually had to go and look for it. I'm sorry, some people like it, a lot of people don't like it, okay? If I want to explore, I'll explore in my own time. I want to get to the content. I want to do the story. I don't want to forget what the story is, okay? Let's say I'm playing over like a whole week, right? And I'm not using add-ons. And I got to the point, let's say I'm doing my story on the first day. I got to the point where, you know, fill the bar or whatever exploration. And now I have to do it, and because I'm not sure where it is and all that stuff, it takes me a while, and I'm like, okay, I'll do this tomorrow, I'll find another piece, find 1 or 2 pieces the next day, find 1 more piece the day after, find 2 more, 3 more the day after, whatever. It's been a week. All right, we're back to the story. Fuck, what were we doing up to now? I was just like, what was the story again? I don't remember. Why? Because I was doing a fucking stupid collection that I don't even care about. That's what was going on, okay? So yeah, I don't think they learned anything. They're willing to accept critics or criticism on stuff that they're willing to accept criticism on, if that makes sense. Okay, they're not willing to accept criticism on stuff that they're not willing to accept criticism on. Okay, it's not like they're like, we accept all criticism. Like, no, they don't. They don't even address it. Okay. In the interview, when they talked about it, they're like, our developers and what do you call them, like the graphics designer, all that stuff, like map designers, they have spent so much effort on doing these things, and we really want you to go and see them. It's like, great, put an achievement behind that. If I want to go and see it, I will. Let me do the fucking story, okay? Just like, don't guilt trip me over not wanting to explore a zone I have no interest in because somebody worked hard on it. Not my fucking problem. I've already paid for it. You got your money for it, okay? I don't need to go and explore shit that I don't care about. I don't want to go into some weird ass fucking caves inside of the water, get fucking lost, and not even realize that I'm claustrophobic up until that point in the game. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm fucking claustrophobic. I didn't even know that. Guild Wars 2 made me realize I'm claustrophobic, but only in tiny caves inside underwater, okay? Which, by the way, is fucking scary. I would never want to be there. Hivlar, I'm a furry today, apparently. It's Furry Wednesdays. I don't know.
thing because we're putting a frame on things. But in reality, we have been at the end of Guild Wars 2 for the last 3 years. Around 2 years ago, I posted my
Since
first
COD, yeah.
criticism, talking about the content scene being shit in the Guild Wars 2 space, and criticizing at the time the secrets of obscure quarterly updates, a trend that has continued. The game has maybe 3 or 4 patches in the last 3 years that I felt were even close to reflecting the former self that ArenaNet was putting out. But these patches came with a price tag. A single Living World season patch of Season 3 or Season 4 provided more content than many of these paid quarterly expansion patches that we experience today. And that's a fact. But I'm burying the lead here. I'll prove to you that we are at the end.
Okay, before he gets to that, I think this is every MMORPG suffers the same thing when it's like an end of an era. World of Warcraft had it with Wrath of the Lich King, then had it again with basically did have it again. It kind of had it again with like it had like an era from like Legion to like BFA, which is like whatever, like 2 expansions, right? And then it's like not even, honestly, not really. It's like it was like I guess it was still technically Shadowlands, but Shadowlands really killed it, and like not in a good way, like fucking killed it. But it's like it had an era of like that legendary potential bullshit, right? Or whatever, the AP artifact power bullshit, right? So it's like that was an era, but it's like in terms of story, I think Legion was the end of an era for that story. Final Fantasy XIV had an end of an era with Endwalker. Man, what an ending that was. Fucking great, right? And Guild Wars 2 had it with End of Dragons. The problem is, how do you go from that point of end of an era to like the next big thing? Because right now, Soto. So you think Guild Wars 2 is ending? No. I don't think Guild Wars 2 is ending. I think they are lacking a main story to follow. Because right now, so Soto was basically introduced to you a bunch of like, let's call them good guys, right? Have his Garen and all that stuff, and like you introduce them, and now we are just going through their history, right? What was Soto? Okay, Soto was just an introduction to Maban, to Isgaren, and like Dag, and all those characters, right? So in Soto, we just got an intro to them, and we dealt with a problem in Soto. What was what do you call it? Jantir Wilds. Maban's history. What is what do you call it? Visions of Eternity. Isgaren's history. And okay, we are discovering this history. That's cool, but we don't have like a imagine watching this is the difference between watching like Black Mirror and Mentalist, for example. Right, Black Mirror, these are like standalone stories, and it's like you can pick up at any point in like any chapter, and it's just a standalone, and it doesn't matter, there's no main plot. Mentalist, you can't just start from season 3 because there are motives behind the character. Even though they don't appear every single episode, there is this constant reminder that it's like, oh, it's about Red John, like he's trying to find Red John, right? Still a lot of things that can be done lore-wise with a game like this. The possibilities are endless, where you can add more and create more. You can. I'm all for it. The problem is that they're not making it. They're making unrelated stories that are related to one point, but they don't have like a general massive story plot going behind them. You know, like we're not exploring the source of the void, right? Like what is the void or the stuff like that. Kind of like they kind of dealt with it in End of Dragons, right? What are we exploring right now? Right, like what? Like I'm not talking about like I want a world-ending event or anything like that. But what is the correlation between Jantir Wilds and Visions of Eternity? There is no correlation, right? There's none, aside from that they both relate back to characters introduced in Soto, right? So it's like, man, I can't believe I'm doing this. Oh shit, I didn't type it right, did I? Okay, I did. Yes. All right, cool. So like, if we take let's let's do it like this. So this is like End of Dragons, right? So End of Dragons, this is the, core Tyria. We start with the dragons, right? Then it continues. This is Heart of Thorns. Then it continues. This is, Living Worlds, whatever. Path of Fire, right? Icebrood Saga. And then it all culminates basically with End of Dragons, right? What you have right now with the story, okay, you have this. You have Soto. Let's make it yellow because it's Soto, right? Then you have Jontir Wilds, right? And then here you have Secrets of Eternity. So it's like its relation has nothing, like they're not a continuous story from one to the other. They're all going back into Soto. Like that is their core. Their core, right? Like this is where their core story is, right? In Soto. And honestly, let's be real, Soto, not great. So what it might look like, maybe we're dealing with stuff that have to do with the mists. I don't know, because we don't know anything about anything right now, what's going on, right? Maybe the next expansion is going to be connected to Soto in some other way. We're going to talk about ogres or some shit and relate it to Dagda or whatever. Then we're going to talk about dwarves or whatever, right? And maybe eventually there is a reason we're doing all of this. But right now, because it all keeps bouncing back to here, it all keeps bouncing back to Soto, it's not very interesting. This felt like there's smooth progression going between them. One ending causes another to begin, right? One thing leads to another, and then you have the culmination of the story. Here, it's like one thing resolved, one thing resolved, one thing resolved, one thing resolved. It's just not interesting in terms of storytelling, Like, imagine you're trying to tell the story of The Witcher, but instead of telling it as a progressing story, you do a history lesson on each and every main character. Which is like, that's something that should come after you care about the characters, not before. Right? And right now, how many people actually care about Isgaren and his history? I don't even think Isgaren is very liked as a whole. I don't think Dagda is very liked as a whole. Right? I think Mabon was probably like the most liked one because he was such a, what do you call it, a contrarian to belief, right? To common belief. Because we thought whatever his race is called, I forget. We thought that they were evil, but then you have this Mabon guy who is just so good. He's such a good guy, right? And Mabon was probably like the only interesting character, and he died early. Okay, problem termination. I think it is time for someone to come up with a plot for the next expansion. So if you had control of the story, what would you come up with for the next story that would fit and make sense? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know enough about the backstory of Guild Wars. However, one thing we do have a correlation to is in Path of Fire when we learned that all the gods left. Can we explore that in a multiple expansion? Find the gods, maybe fight the gods, I don't know, right? Because it's like we did have Balthazar and we fought a god, right? We didn't really go much more into where the gods went. Well, I guess like, what's his name? The guy that everyone blames talked about it to an extent, but it's like we didn't really explore it. We just kind of talked about it as if it was like, oh yeah, they left. Okay, cool. Right, but I don't know enough about the deep lore of Guild Wars to actually make a good comment about like what should the story lead to next. We have multiple plot holes. One is plots to go after. We have the gods, we have the mists, we have the void, which is, I don't really understand what the void is. It's like all the magic, but also none of the magic. I just, it's like when all the magic combines, that is void, which doesn't make sense because void would be the absence of magic. So, exploring that. But honestly, just mists would be, give us an expansion where we explore a world in the mists. Just give us like 4 zones in the mists that have to do something with something we already can relate to. And when we fuck that up, right? Now we have we're opening Mist Invasion, which is basically like what the rifts are, right? Then you would have the mists invading us, right, and trying to take over. Maybe we lose a key point in the map during that story and we have to reclaim it, right? And it's like you can't access this map until you do this. Like you can't access this map normally unless you do this story. Like, I don't know, man, like some crazy shit. This is fantasy, and this is pretty high fantasy. We have dragons, okay? Just bring aliens. I like, it doesn't matter. Announcing mists are aliens, right? So but yeah, it's like we're dealing with Doom in one of the raids. By the way, the raids don't even correlate to anything you learn in the world. How do we go to the underworld and deal with Doom, but there is no story about the underworld in like an actual story, you know? One thing I know for sure is that they should make new playable race for the next expansion. If I was in charge, I would add stuff like how WoW did it, a new race with each expansion. Like the races don't really matter. Like, I understand, like, from a monetary perspective, yeah, but it's literally just cosmetic because the races don't really matter. Unless what they could do, if they want to add a new race and make it, like, feel like something, they would change these things. Right? They would change these cool things. To maybe give it like a valid build variety, to make it like a valid option. Because right now, why are they there? And then if you add races, then you can play around with that shit, right? But it's like you have to do multiple things when you just do races. Otherwise, it's just a cosmetic. And yeah, I'm sure people want to play as the birds from EOD, right? Like that has been a race that's been around for forever, right? Technically, probably should be a race by now. But yeah. All right, let's see.
Proof is an important part of any argument. Why should you listen to me? That is the whole purpose of introductions. My name is XYZ, and I'm a mentor at XYZ Community. I have 12,000 hours played. I'm a PhD. I'm a specialist. They all say one thing: trust me. Every YouTuber does it, but in this case, the proof is right in front of your face if you care to look. When we talk about the end of Guild Wars 2, many people cope and say that we are getting expansions, we are getting updates. Well, this quarter one update,
I agree that is scope. We're like, the expansion we're getting is not even worth its money until like the at least two like DLC patches for it, right? Like right now you got 2 zones, each one has a meta and nothing really else to do aside from like collect cosmetics, collect achievement points, and it's like, okay, cool, can we get like, I don't know, something different? Like, it's like it becomes, when you do stuff like this, it is easier for the developers, I agree, but it makes it very boring because you know what to expect. How did Jantir Wilds come out? 2 what do you call it, 2 zones, 1 meta, right, and just a bunch of events, and yeah, that's, and collectibles and appearance, right? And it's like when you're expecting it, you don't have that like wow factor, not like World of Warcraft, but like that like, holy shit, I can't believe this is coming, you know? This is the one problem. Now, in my opinion, Secrets of the Obscured at least gave us rifts, and they are pretty much worldwide. That's cool, okay? Aside from like always being in Soto, they also alternate around the open world, so that's cool, okay? But what did Jantir Wilds give us, aside from, yeah, okay, you can use Spear, yeah, that's fine. What did it give us in terms of like content outside of Jantir Wilds, right? What did Visions of Eternity, what does that give us outside of Visions of Eternity, right? Are there mirrors in the open world, or are they just in Visions of Eternity, right? Are there treasures that you can sniff with your Warclaw that are worth actually going for outside the crab? Yeah, they gave us the crab. It was you crabbies. Are there secrets outside of Jantir Wilds that you can sniff with your Warclaw that are worth actually sniffing, right? What did we get with that expansion, because that, in my opinion, that should be the standard for Guild Wars 2 when an expansion comes out. It gives you something that you can use in the other expansions, right? Heart of Thorns gave you Glider. Glider is not exclusive, right? It is, you can use Glider everywhere. Path of Fire gave you the mounts. You can use them everywhere, right? Living World 4 gave you more mounts. Okay, well, one more important mount, okay? What do you call it? I don't want to count the Living Worlds, because whatever, right? EOD gave you the robot, gave you the turtle, right? I'm not saying like these have to be like massive, right? It's like, but it gives you something to play with outside of where you were. And the robot, like the Jade bot, is actually pretty fucking useful. Like you get like what, 5,000-7,000 more HP in the open world, which is really nice for people who play open world, you know, like. And also I believe strikes, it applies to strikes too, right? So like it's massive, right? What did Soto give you? Soto became like a quality of life for Skyscale and Rifts, so you know, not too bad. Jonte Wilds didn't really give you anything. Okay, it improved the amount that you already had. That's fine. Same with Visions of Eternity, but it doesn't feel new. It just feels like, okay, you patched the useless stuff that we were never using in the open world. That's great.
It was light and buggy. We've been running on fumes for the last 3 years. I've called these updates battle passes. I've referred to the studio, or at least this game, being in maintenance mode. I've been preparing you for the end of this game for 3 years now, before I became a partner, after I became a partner. And if you are sad about that, a lot of people are. But where one thing ends, another begins. Because I believe that ArenaNet is not captured by their audience. They are a business making business decisions. And while many people will ultimately give up on the franchise entirely if they decide to release a successor to Guild Wars 2, the reality is they don't have a choice. The earnings for Visions of Eternity have been shown to be lower than a lot of their previous releases.
Yeah.
The content scene of the game via Twitch and YouTube has also drastically shifted from passion and entertainment to purely guide-focused content, tier lists, patch notes, build updates, and even the discourse scene, like videos like this, are very circular. Many of the things that I say today that
Yep. I'm reacting to him talking about the game. Yeah, like that's, yeah, we're getting there.
people agree with were said 4, 5, 6 years ago, and those creators were labeled as toxic, when in reality, they just had a little bit of foresight. They saw where we were headed. Do yourself a favor and YouTube Guild Wars 2 when you're done with this video, of course, and you will see a lot of people trying to funnel new or prospective players to their referral links to the game, and I can't blame them. What else is there to do? I'm guilty of it myself. Our build guides, passion projects, our tier lists, passion projects, our gold making guides, passion projects. In my opinion, no.
Excuse me. My 0 to Legendary is a passion project, okay? I love efficiency, and I want people to be efficient. I want them to be less confused when they start shit, okay? And there's no links there to anything, okay? I just wanted to share the knowledge I gained from the couple of years at that time that I had about the game, and how I would go about things if I started brand new, okay? Like stuff I wish I knew, just like a whole series, right? Now you have the things of like, you have Caffeinated Dead, who has like, I don't know how many episodes, like they are in shorts of like things you might not have known about Guild Wars 2, and they are cool, but you don't watch them and learn much. Like you will learn like this one little thing or trick, and like maybe the first 10 episodes actually like teach you something, and then after that is like, did you know that there's this achievement in the game? And it's like, oh, okay, cool, like, you know, like it's like whatever. Right? Did you know that this guy is named after this? And it's like, oh, okay, that's a cool tidbit. It doesn't help you with playing the game more efficiently, you know, and like wasting your time on nonsense, right?
No, you never see an advertisement for a game and it's someone explaining how to min-max your daily routine. Nobody is
Self-insert.
going to care. While in other games
Shameless.
like OSRS, you have challenge runs, you have community events, you have hardcore modes. Hell, even OnlyFans, the WoW era, was basically a video game-based reality show featuring streamers. Where is that in Guild Wars 2? It's not a disease, it's a symptom of the proof right in front of you. Guild Wars 2 is coming up.
I agree with him on that. But OSRS is practically designed to be a solo game, right? You cannot play Guild Wars 2 solo. Like, I get it, Lord Heisen does everything solo, sure. And honestly, you know, like he did like I think he did one of the raids. No, one of the strikes CM. It like took him like 46 minutes and he soloed it or some shit. You know, like shit like that. That's cool. But yeah, this game is not designed for solo. OSRS is designed for solo. Okay, the reason you had stuff like OnlyFans for World of Warcraft is because these guys have been playing World of Warcraft for 20 years. Okay, this is like, it's a cult mentality at that point. It's like, you don't have it really in any other game. They're just fucking cultists, brainwashed retards that think that Classic WoW is a good game. Okay, it's not. The only reason it's a good game is because people play it, not because people play it because it's a good game, if that makes sense. You know, I know it wouldn't make sense. But basically, it means that's like, if it wasn't called, if it didn't have Warcraft in the name, nobody would play it, okay? People playing it because it's called Warcraft. If you consider what World of Warcraft Classic even offers, oh man, I'm going on a tangent right now. If you consider what World of Warcraft Classic even has as content, it literally, when it was released, had no content. It only had leveling. It has a talent tree that offers no choices in it, aside from like big mistakes. It doesn't change your game style at all. Okay, the raids offer absolutely nothing, one or two mechanics, and people think that, oh my god, this is so crazy. The reason you can do challenge runs in Classic WoW is because of how absurd, like challenge runs, hardcore bullshit, right? Because of how absurdly easy and stupid that game is. Same with OSRS, okay? These games are like, well, OSRS is just designed for solo play, so it's like, what else is there to do in the solo play aside from like fucking, you know, run the same fucking game over and over like an idiot, right? It's like people who play Diablo 2 still, right? It's like, and doing speed runs to get to like, you know, kill Diablo in 45 minutes. And it's like, okay, great. It's a nice skill you have that you solve the game, but it's like, that's not how people play games, okay? Like that's like, it's literally like an illness at this point. Like you're literally, something is wrong in your brain. And it's not, it's wrong in the sense that it's like, I wish I had that brain malfunction, you know? It's like how like you see people with Down syndrome who are like extremely happy all the time, okay? I wish I could be as happy as them all the time, okay?
On what, 13 or 14 years old. I was 21 when Guild Wars 2 was released and watching the sunsetting of Guild Wars 1 in real time. The community felt similarly. Even today, people claim that they had wished ArenaNet continued developing Guild Wars 1 instead of going to Guild Wars 2, and many people were lost in that transition. However, even more players were earned. Guild Wars 1, for all of its benefits, did not have a jump button, and that alone turned players away. Guild Wars 2 and its various systems also have mixed results.
It's not just that, honestly. Guild Wars 2 is just uncomfortable to play as a whole. Guild Wars 2 kind of is not an MMO. It's mostly designed to be solo play with like, but you're forced to have an NPC party, right? The weapons don't really feel very different, right? It's like, there's like, you play Guild Wars 2 because you care about the story of the world, not because it is a fun game to play. Now, I get it. If you played Guild Wars 2 when it was released, for you, it's like, it's an amazing game. Oh my god, it's the best game ever. Okay, sure. Yeah, whatever you say, brother. Fact of the matter is, like, it's not, okay? It's dated. You can't update it with like any more modern technology. The WASD feels like shit, okay? The attacking feels like shit. Not like that it just auto attacks for you when you click a button. It just feels unresponsive. The movement feels clunky. hidden walls because there's like no jump key, so like everything is kind of like a hidden wall, right? Like there's a little like tiny rock in front of you, you can't walk on top of it. Like there's so many dumb things in Guild Wars 1 that no, you cannot advance this game any further just because it is limited by these mechanics. And if you make the mechanics to fix those, like adding a jump, removing the walls, it would actually break the game because the maps are not designed with that in mind. You would have to redo all of the monsters, all of the maps, right? You'd have to release a brand new game if you just add a jump button to it. Okay, so like, yeah, no, like the game, you know, it was good for what it was, but that's it. Like you can't advance it any further, right?
But the Guild Wars 2 audience isn't the primary audience of the next project. Why are the job listings focused on cross-play and consoles? Why are they using Unreal Engine 5 instead of a homegrown engine like they have in the past? Who are they making this game for? Well, the same way that they didn't make...
It's so going mobile. They're so making a mobile fucking game. They're definitely making a mobile Guild Wars.
Guild Wars 2 for the Guild Wars 1 audience. They aren't making Guild Wars 3 for the Guild Wars 2 audience. Many people will transition. I personally will. I will 1000% transition to Guild Wars 3 and play it and continue to play it if it is good. And many people won't. However, all of the other homeless gamers that don't have a...
And this is, by the way, this is like in 5 years or so. Like if you're worried about Guild Wars 3 right now, it's like, oh my god, they're gonna release Guild Wars 3 and kill Guild Wars 2. Yeah, like 5 years in you, okay? Like, let's be real. Like, you got time, okay? They're just, if anything, they're just started working on it.
Place in New World. They don't have a place in Ashes of Creation, Final Fantasy, BDO, Throne and Liberty, or in World of Warcraft, who never clicked with Guild Wars 2, or they were afraid to start in a game this old, will try Guild Wars 3. And if it's good, they will stay. That is the goal. All of the discourse about the unannounced project and what it means for Guild Wars 2 is framing the entire question wrong, because with the end of Guild Wars 2 means something also happens. The end of Guild Wars was also bittersweet for many players. When Guild Wars Utopia was canceled and Guild Wars 2 was announced, it was a remarkably similar situation to today. Guild Wars 1 was unsustainable. The standard that they had put in place was largely the situation Guild Wars 2 is in now. They used to release new classes with skill sets and weapon types in addition to a whole new set of skills for each class, exponentially expanding the amount of development work required to continue the support of the game year over year. Transitioning to Guild Wars 2, they had their own challenges. They released this game with 3 game modes that needed to be balanced when incorporated, and then they incorporated development bloat through the boon system and through elite specializations. And
I think they also admitted that boons was their greatest mistake and they can't fix it now because it's like, it's just been too late. I heard this recently as well, and I pretty much believed it. Honestly, dudes, I don't know. I feel like you should take the loss and just make the system better, like more appropriate for the content you have. Because right now, the way the boon system is, it's like it is so fucking stupid that just remaking it would likely be better than the way it is. But if you remake it, you have to also remake some of the classes, right? For example, quickness giving 50%, that's what I heard. I thought it was 25%, I'm not gonna lie. But I heard quickness gives 50% increased action speed, basically. How do you play without quickness then? Right, now I'm not saying you should do it in the sense that, like WoW does Bloodlust, but how do you play without quickness now? Like, and in my opinion, when I play right now and I don't have quickness, like solo play or whatever, and like I don't have a build that does quickness, which most of my builds don't, yeah, man, combat feels like shit. Right? Combat just doesn't feel good without quickness because you're just so used to the speed. But it's like, well, that's why we can't remove it. No, that is exactly why you should remove it. That's exactly why you shouldn't have 100% speed uptime. That's why exactly why you should have quickness and alacrity as like a cooldown you use when you need to do damage, when everybody's popping when everybody's supposed to be popping off. But again, because the classes are not designed that way, how do you figure that out, right? There's so many things that they would need to change if they even address the boon problem, right? Just how newer classes are designed, right? Older classes are designed as well, right? Just like, it's so many issues that it's honestly probably not worth the development time, right? But in my opinion, they should. Protection shouldn't be up at 100% time. Protection should be procced or used when you know big damage is coming, right? 33% damage reduction at all times just makes it so you have to bring it all the time, because you have to design everything to assume that everybody has 100% protection, right? It's just like I don't want to call it domino. It's like chicken and the egg, right? Like, who came first, the 100% protection, or the boss is supposed to do this much damage because you're supposed to have 100% protection? Which one's first?
And balance problems associated with those, and these things had to happen. They are
I say fuck the
part of
chicken and fuck the egg. That's what I'm saying.
any game's life cycle. That stretch, that crunch, the trying to do something bigger and better than before has to happen. The open potential of a new beginning means anything could happen. Sure, it could be shit, and everyone is assuming that it might be. There are genuine concerns, but I believe that ArenaNet is willing to lose half of their player base to attract the hundreds of thousands of lost gamers, and I'm going to be there right with them, whether I am a partner or not. With that, I am proud to present.
Okay, before you present something, I agree with him. If Guild Wars 3 comes out, I would likely swap to Guild Wars 3 over Guild Wars 2. And my reasoning is this: usually the newer feels better, and it's really hard for me to go from the newer to an old iteration of something, especially like if it is correlated. In my opinion, if they're making Guild Wars 3, they should combine Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 into one whole fucking story. Nah, that's too much. That's too much, man, because there's like a massive time skip. Like, how would you even do that? Maybe do the whole story like from Guild Wars 1 to the first pack with Logan and shit, and then Guild Wars 2. Maybe I don't know. No, that's just me wishing to like relive the good times. Honestly, no. Make a new thing, but like, good luck. I don't know what you can do with Guild Wars 3 that makes sense. Orin becomes corrupt, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I cannot go back. Like, once, like, I love Diablo 1. I still loved it. I think it's a great game for its time. But once I played Diablo 2 and I had the ability to run, I did not want to play Diablo 1. It felt too slow for me. When Diablo 3 came out, I couldn't play Diablo 2 anymore. I still appreciate Diablo 2 for what it was. You know, it was a good game for its time. But in my opinion, Diablo 3 just felt like, I'm not saying the content is better. I'm not saying the itemization is better, whatever. The combat feel, and it has the same name. Diablo 3 felt better to play, more convenient than Diablo 2. And it's hard for me to go from a game that has the same name. It's a mental retardation, I get it. But it's hard for me to go from a game that has the same name to an older version, because one, the lore, I don't care about the lore in the older game anymore because I got the new lore, right? And second of all, it feels better to play, right? A major reason, but not a majority reason, just a big reason, you know, like maybe 20% of why I love shitting on Classic is because retail feels, plays, content-wise, everything has much better than Classic. Everything aside from leveling in retail is better, and honestly, I don't like leveling anyway, so I don't give a shit if Classic leveling is better. Who gives a fuck? Okay? I don't want to level, I want to do the content, okay? Leveling is not content. Leveling is a running simulator, an auto attack simulator. Fuck that. What's this?
Fall.
Elden Ring?
You are alone, child. There is only darkness for you, and only death for your people.
Nah, bro, don't.
Yeah,
they didn't tell me anything. I'm not presenting anything. Could you imagine, though? It would have been pretty cool, right? But I know that you've heard me bitch for a minute, and I want to address some things, but every good story is told in threes, so I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to end it here. I mean, I can't possibly just continue, right? Like, if I continued, it would fuck up the whole narrative. Like, I think it would mess it up. I know many of you guys want Guild Wars to continue on indefinitely, and frankly, I want to tell you right now that the worst is ahead of us. There is no...
I so agree, and I don't want to agree, but yeah. The thing is that's like when you make a game, you likely had a vision of like what the story is. It's like when they started making Guild Wars 2, they probably planned for the first, like the core and maybe an expansion ahead, and they had like a broad idea of the lore of what they want to go for, right? Like what they want to focus on. That was End of Dragons, okay? I'm not saying they had every nook and cranny and detail done up until End of Dragons, but they knew pretty much the direction they're going. And this is what I said about the end of an era. Like when an era ends, it's like how do you start over from that? It's like, what are you planning for next, right? And it's like right now, it just doesn't seem like there is a plan, right? This is the same thing that happened with Final Fantasy XIV, right? Endwalker after Endwalker, everybody's complaining about Dawntrail. Why? Because who gives a shit about Dawntrail in this story when the Endwalker was so peak? But it's like you gotta start building it up from the start. Now I do have faith in FF14. I had faith in Guild Wars 2, but honestly, bro, 3 expansions in and I'm sorry, Inquest? 3 expansions after End of Dragons? We're now dealing with Inquest? Huh? What? Like, I know it's the leader of the Inquest. We never dealt with him. I get it, but... Man, I don't give a shit about these fucking mongrels, okay? About these fucking tiny little shits. Now, I get it, Inquest... No, actually, no. Inquest is all about these fucking tiny Azura assholes. Okay? I don't give a fuck. John Tier Wilds could have been, but honestly, kind of led to nothing. The last boss is a fucking statue, essentially. Like, he doesn't really do anything. And he also, like, wasn't even a bad guy, the last boss. He was willing to go back. Like, Mabon convinced him. So, huh? What? Right? Secrets of the Obscure, honestly, a bit anticlimactic. We probably could have done more about the demon world after Soto. We could have explored that more. There's no way the whole demon world, the whole demon part of the mists is 2 tiny zones like this. You know, like there's like so much you can go for and nothing, right? And it just feels like it's like, oh, let's do this part next. Oh, let's do this part next. Let's talk about this part next. Let's talk about this part next. It's like they have no relation to one another. It's just boring.
Cope here. There is no more addressing things. We're gonna finish off the VOE story, the new maps, and then it's time to move on. I wouldn't be surprised if Guild Wars 2 gets.
And by the way, this is true for my. I had this huge complaint about World of Warcraft rushing Legion, for example. Legion, by far my favorite expansion. Not even close. Okay. Well, Legion 7.1. Okay, like after they fixed the legendary bullshit RNG. Okay. That expansion had so much. Emerald Nightmare, but that was just a raid. We didn't get to explore it. Fuck me. Nighthold, okay, that was fine. That was a finish of like a massive story arc. That's cool, right? Nighthold was fine. It was Lords of the Fallen 2 that he was showing. Yeah, it was. Yeah, like, let's be real. Like, we all, like, definitely nothing that had to do with Arena.net. What do you call it? Black Temple? Fuck, not Black Temple, Jesus. Temple of Sargeras, okay? Tomb of Sargeras, Jesus. Tomb of Sargeras, cool. We went to Argus. What is Argus? 2 zones, bro. Like, are you... Dude, it's a whole planet. How is it 2 zones? Why is there no... Honestly, Legion... I'll talk about that after, why it wasn't. I actually want to talk about Classic and all that stuff later, but yeah, I don't agree, but I understand your point. I don't strongly disagree. Like I disagree, just not strongly, and I'll say why. As a Warcraft 3 fan, you know. Like, for example, World of Warcraft Legion should have ended essentially with Tomb of Sargeras. maybe have like one more raid in between, right? Another major raid or whatever. And it ended with us opening the portal to Argus. And the next expansion, not patch, next expansion should have been Argus. Okay? You could have literally finished Legion on us opening the portal to Argus. That would have been the climactic ending. And once you do that, you, like, for the events, right, you do more Legion invasions because now they can directly come to your world, and there's even more Legion invasions and all that shit. I don't know, like fucking galactic defense. Okay, you could have done a lot of stuff, and then you'd have an Argus expansion after that. Okay, but instead, they just rushed Legion, and I was really disappointed. And honestly, that's like my point with what do you call it? With how they're doing story in Guild Wars 2 right now. The way they're doing story in Guild Wars 2, you're not really exploring anything. You're exploring a part of something bigger, and you're not really going for the something bigger. Right? Like, the whole, like, Titans in John Tier Wilds, and it's like, okay, so we got to the zone where the guy was retreating. We fought a fucking, basically a huge head that doesn't even move, but it just spawns trash for you to kill. And the hardest part of the meta, by the way, this is the funniest thing, the hardest part of the meta is at the beginning, because people don't interrupt and everybody dies, and you have to do him like 3 times. Yeah, the Titan is meh. The hardest part of the Titan meta, like that last meta in John T. Wilds, is literally at the beginning, where the Gorsevald looking dude is there smashing the floor and people don't interrupt. That is the hardest part of the meta. After that is just a trash fight with no actual boss. Okay, and honestly, I didn't even know that we finished the meta when we finished it the first time. I was like, we done? I could not understand that we were done. There was no boss, there's nothing. Right? It's like, oh yeah, we finished our side, they finished theirs, and there's no culmination of all the forces fighting something. It was just over. Like, what the fuck? Right? That was John Tier Wilds. And then Soto, what, like, okay, like 2 zones and we don't explore the whole demon world? Honestly, finish Soto with us opening the gate to the demon world, and then next expansion is us going to the demon world, you know? Like,
Wizards of Vault battle pass releases or some kind of Hall of Monuments thing in the future, or maybe even one final release. I have no idea what they even...
Honestly, if they revamp the underwater combat, yeah, there is stuff underwater for sure. We can do that. Yeah. The story ending was also what? Yeah, the story ending was kind of bullshit as well. Like, it was like 3 followers of the Mursat. Oh, I remember the name. 3 Mursat followers that became Titans. I don't know. It was so, like, what? Fight underwater dragon named Poseidon. I mean, we're out of dragons, really, but that would be Suwon. But yeah, honestly, they could, like, I think there is a problem with underwater combat, which is the same problem with air, like, you know, aerial combat, is that it's really not comfortable in, like, in a video game. Yeah, we ran out of drakes. Basically. I'm sure there's drakes somewhere, but, like, yeah, we ran out of the big dragons. Like, the problem is, like, it's hard to gauge the distance, and, like, if you're up or down, if you're, like, whatever. Like, I feel like that's the problem, like, MMORPGs have with underwater combat as a whole, is just gauging distance, and it's really annoying with because you have a lot of abilities that have a like targeting, like ground targeting, and it's like, how do you target the ground when you're in the air? Kind of problematic, right? So it's probably like a design problem. That being said, you could do stuff like what Final Fantasy XIV did, and have underwater civilization inside of these, like, air bubbles. But then it doesn't really address the whole water combat thing, so it's like, who cares, right? It's just like an environmental thing.
Call it. They'll peel off a team to keep the lights on, but if I had to guess, it would be done. I know a lot of you guys have brought up that, oh, like,
one thing that they could do, they can make you enter a vehicle. The vehicle is specifically designed for it. I mean, we have the, what's it called? The skimmer. One thing they could do, and this is probably, like, if you want to make that expansion, say, underwater, Dude, like I don't know how I'm still talking about like in what the same video. This video is going in multiple directions already. If you want to make an underwater expansion, you have to revamp all of the underwater combat. You have to remove or change specializations that have their special weapon. Like for example, Bladesworn underwater should not have the same abilities as overwater. Like when you change to the sword, right, to the Bladesworn sword, whatever it's called, to the gun saber. Okay, like it has to have abilities that fit into the water thing. Same with engineer and all that stuff. So like if you like, you have to change those aspects, because the underwater combat in Guild Wars 2 is actually mostly fine because they're all targeted abilities. But then you have to change utilities. You can't just be like, oh, okay, cancel the utilities, you can't use them underwater. No, change the utilities to be able to use them underwater, because right now so many useful utilities cannot be used underwater. Okay, instead of blink, okay, maybe it blinks to target or it blinks away from target, but don't just make it impossible to blink underwater, right? Like, just change how they work underwater. Like, I don't know, man. Like,
haven't even announced anything yet, and if they didn't announce anything, then they're like 5 years down the road. Like,
yeah, they are 5
is
years.
Gonna keep going on and on and on. You guys are a little late to the party. Like the party ended right after End of Dragons. Like they were. Do you think the shareholders announcement? People claim that that was a mistranslation. They weren't even talking about Guild Wars 3. That was this or that. You don't get job postings from a mistranslation. This thing is happening.
Well, actually, so from my understanding, the job postings happen after the leaked announcement. Well, it wasn't announced. The leaked conversation with the shareholders. That's when, after that, people were super excited for Guild Wars 3, and that's when they probably started really working on it. I don't think they were even working on it beforehand. They were probably like talking about, what do you think? Maybe we should make a Guild Wars 3, and then that was leaked, and then the people were like so happy about it. Then it's like, well, we kind of have to now because people are talking about it and they're happy and they want it.
Like, it's happening. The community is not nearly as stupid as you think they are. And people who have been playing this game for a long time, they can tell the difference. They can tell the difference between what is being put out right now versus what was put out in the past. And this isn't to say it's necessarily a bad thing. It's time. I feel like when I say, hey, stop talking about Guild Wars 3, it's not that I think that it's necessarily bad to speculate. It's that when you start pressuring the studio into trying to announce things out of cycle, it's going to be ultimately a bad thing. It is going to make it less likely to succeed. And what I
have a similar opinion to him about stop talking about Guild Wars 3, and not so much because of the studio, but because you're overhyping people to have an expectation for something that honestly probably isn't even close to alpha testing. It's like it's like waste. Like, I have never, when you say like you're wasting your breath, it has never been more accurate to say you're wasting your breath than by saying to somebody who's talking about Guild Wars 3. Fuck, man, English is hard today, but you get what I mean.
Is their new projects succeed
Ashes of Guild Wars 2, yeah.
Guild Wars 2 did. The same
Ashes.
way that Guild Wars 2 was significantly more successful than Guild Wars 1. But the problem is Guild Wars 2 is...
And retail is more successful than Classic. Prove me wrong.
Done. Like, the game is done.
I don't know why I'm taking these shits, on Classic
what are we
right
gonna
now.
add? What are we gonna get? New elite specs? New raids? New homesteads? Do you think there's space for that? Do you think there's more space for any of that? Do you think it makes more sense?
That's literally all we're gonna get. But here's the issue with, and this is like something that is a problem with horizontal progression specifically, because content does not get rid of other content, but there's only so much time in the day. Even if I wanted to do VOE, which I don't, I like really don't, like, not, like, I finished the story, sure, but like I haven't been back since. Even if I wanted to play VOE, when am I able to play it? right? There's so much other things that I would much rather do in Guild Wars 2. Like, heck, honestly, I don't even want to do my fractals, but I feel like I would need to do my fractals if I want to, you know, make some extra money, because I'm running out of gold, aside from, like, you know, well, it's my fault for buying on gems, right? But it's like, when am I going to spend an hour and a half on the CMs plus T4 plus Rex, right? Like, oh my god, man, when am I going to do that, right? Like, I do my dailies because it's the most efficient thing, and then I have like a couple hours maybe to play, and I still have to do my World v World. I haven't done any metas in fucking like 3 weeks, right? I need to do my EOD metas because, well, I'm ready to craft 3 legendaries, but I don't have favors, so I have to do my EOD metas. When am I gonna do them? You know, it's like I have to do them weekly, but I can't, right? And then it's like you throw an expansion at me. It's like, okay, well, when am I gonna play this expansion now? I still have to farm my EODs for my legendaries to make money because it's the most profitable thing you can do, right? Otherwise, you can't really do anything with your spirit shards, because spirit shards are meant to craft legendaries. But if you don't need legendaries, what are your spirit shards for? Well, to craft legendaries so you can make money. Like, fuck, man. The issue with Guild 3 is that you need money to make it. Guild Wars 2 does not make that much money to the point where they would be able to afford to make an entire new game, but maybe I'm wrong. They usually would get the money from, like, the board, basically, right? It's not like they don't have to use Guild Wars 2 money to make Guild Wars 3. Usually, if like you work for a company and you made a product that makes money, that company can just, like, you know, take a loan or like have more investors to work on the next project that would also be making money, right? I'm Jay from the shit from Ashes of Creation. I watched all the videos about the bullshit that Steam Sharif guy did. I'm worried for games in general now. You should just worry about early access. And early access MMOs. Never ever pay for early access MMOs. Ever. Okay? I was one of the people who were saying I don't think Steven Sharif was scamming. Like, aside from the Steam part, up to the Steam part, I don't think there was a scam. But the more I find out, I'm like, yeah, okay, Steven Sharif is a fucking piece of shit. Okay, based on what I'm finding out. Is just a nasty human being. But yeah, up to that point, I think everything was kind of like, this is just a failed project by a guy who doesn't know how to manage a gaming company, because he never did.
To cater to the existing audience now and then to try to capitalize on a new audience and previous player base to a new game. Like, most people like Guild Wars 2, or they have liked Guild Wars 2 in the past. A lot of people have played it and then quit. Do you think that they won't be showing up for a Guild Wars 3? I know people in real life that have played during the EOD eras and have quit, and when I bring it up to them, they say, yeah, if they release a new game, they're definitely going to buy it. They're definitely going to try it out. A significant number of people who have never played a Guild Wars game.
Dude, honestly, if they make Guild Wars 3, which I don't like talking about it, they need to make it as smooth and impactful as World of Warcraft. In my opinion, that game just has one of the best combat feels in any MMORPG. And they need to somehow make their combat feel more impactful. A lot of the stuff in Guild Wars 2 feels really, especially Virtuoso, aside from F1 and F2, and some greatsword skills, really doesn't feel like it's impactful. Spear does a lot of damage, it doesn't feel like it does a lot of damage. Does that make sense?
Will try out the new franchise or enter into the franchise. It's hard to jump into a
same with Harbinger, right? Take Harbinger, right? When your autos when you're in the Shroud form actually do a good ton of damage. Yeah, it doesn't feel that way, right? Like, I don't know what you can do, but it really doesn't feel very, like, there's no oomph.
It's 12 years old. It's overwhelming.
Ooh, it's really
especially
snowing
at the
today.
end of its life cycle. My previous statements about shutting up about Guild Wars 3 is like telling you to shut up about grandma's will while she's in hospice care. Like, let nature take its course and let's enjoy what we got right now.
No, I don't feel like those. Those I compared to like Final Fantasy 14, where some spells do feel impactful. Like Dragoon, for example, feels pretty impactful in Guild Wars 2. Thief, or like, sorry, what's the name? Rogue. Oh fuck! What was the name of the rogue class? Ninja. Ninja doesn't feel impactful in Final Fantasy 14. It just looks pretty, right? Old Summoner did not feel impactful. New Summoner feels impactful, right? When you summon the primal and it does the damage and stuff, it feels like this damage fits, you know. Guardian feels impactful, but is not impactful at all. Like it doesn't do damage, right? Like not the guard, the paladin, right? A lot of the paladin abilities, it looks like they're doing exactly what the animation is supposed to make them look like they're doing. You know, like the animation and the damage, and like when you press the button and when something happens, all of that needs to like kind of come together to make it feel good. You know, when you press Templar Verdict on a red paladin, it just feels good. You see the sword coming from over your head like a holy sword and just slams the motherfucker, right? And you see the crit like 40k damage. Well, back in when HPs were lower, and you're like, yeah, that's so fucking good, right? Like so it's like it's an ability that takes you to build up holy power for, so it's like, you know, everything makes sense for it to feel as impactful as it is, right? Like, for example, a warrior charges at you shouldn't feel very impactful. All he's doing is charging. But when a warrior executes you, that needs to be impactful, right? The impactful nature of skills will never happen in Guild Wars 2 because the game engine won't allow it, in my opinion. If you compare something like Monster Hunter, there should be weight and inertia, and the action should cause an effect. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? A lot of the abilities in Guild Wars 2 don't feel like they have the impact. Look at this ability, right? For the Virtuoso, right? This thing does a shit ton of damage, but it's a lot of small blades, right? This doesn't feel very impactful for the damage that it does. Plus, a very shitty spell unless on any monster aside from like bosses, because they fucking move, right? 5 on the sword. By the way, 5 on the like one-handed sword 5 does a lot of damage. Like you crit 12 to 20k with this, okay? It does a lot of damage. You don't even see that you're doing that damage, because it spawns. So it's like, if let's say the boss is the summon here, right? It spawns an illusion over here that basically, like, I think it charges or throws a blade, and then it's like ting, ting damage, ting. That's it, right? And it's like, dude, that does not feel impactful, but it does a shit ton of damage, right? Meanwhile, Greatsword 4 feels good. You're throwing a massive spinning great sword at the target, it slices them, and then 2 more or 1 more, whatever, if you have the talent, image charges through them with a great sword, right? Not charge, but like spins through them, and you're like, yes, that feels good, right? The Greatsword 5 feels impactful for what it does. It pushes targets away. The animation is nice and smooth, and you can see like the wave that it pushes away, and like the monsters fly back. Should it do a lot of damage? No, it's a CC and it feels like a CC, right? The Greatsword 3, in my opinion, does a lot less damage than what it should do. It's a massive sword coming out of the ground, and it just doesn't do enough damage, right? The Greatsword 2 feels exactly as it should, especially when it bounces around, right? Bing, 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 right? A bit of ping pong there. Pinball, right? That feels good. But pretty much those are like the only weapons, except pistol. Pistol on Mesmer also feels pretty damn good. The sound, the animation, you know. You don't know what my personal issue with this game has become is that the game is too flashy. It has too much shit going on, too many effects, and too many colors too often. Honestly, because I usually stream the game, I think my particles are a lot lower, so I can't relate too much. I understand what you're saying. It didn't bother me too much. I think it only bothers you, especially when there's elementalists nearby, because they keep fucking swapping auras. My biggest problem is when bosses are the same size or very similar size to the character. Usually the highest bosses, like they're humanoid, are sizes of Norns, and that does not feel good, especially because they live forever. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair. World v World Zerg, like Zerg as a whole, is a problem, regardless the game, even if the game was not flashy at all. I mean, have you played Bannerlord? Okay, what is it called? Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord, okay? If you watch a Zerg, like a massive Zerg, like there are no effects in the game at all.
Now,
okay?
let's get
there are no effects. It's literally like medieval bullshit. If you have a Zerg versus Zerg, bro, you also can't see what the fuck is going on. You don't know whose sword is attacking you or anything like that, right? It's like Zerg is a problem as a whole. PvE, when there are 5 ritualists and all the shit on the floor is green. Yes, I agree with that. I mean, Wells as a whole is problematic. I was doing Bone Skinner, Ritualist put all the green shit on the floor. You could not see the puddle amount. Okay, yeah, that is a problem. Okay, that I would give you. That is a problem.
excited for what's coming next, but when the time comes, Guild Wars 2 is never going to be like it is right now. The same way Guild Wars 1 never returned back to the way it was back in the day. That's all I'm trying to say. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, pretty much agree with him. Like, but again, this is the problem is being able to navigate yourself after the end of an arc. That is the biggest problem, right? And man, I really don't want to say this because I hate complimenting Blizzard, but I think Blizzard has done a pretty good job of maintaining constant movement forward regardless of the arc that ended. The only time they fucked it up, in my opinion, was Kata and Mop. Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria felt really out of place, but Warlords of Draenor, I mean, aside from lacking content, Warlords of Draenor felt like a nice continuation to the World of Warcraft. Legion, definitely a continuation. BFA, like story-wise, definitely a continuation. Shadowlands, we ignore that existed, okay? And then again, then we had Dragonflight, which again it is a continuation, but like who gives a shit about these new dragons? And now they are building, but it's also building into this new arc of Void Wars, essentially, right? And Azeroth. So it's like they always have they keep their arcs smaller, but they are consistent, and there is like a feel of moving forward. And if they miss, like for example, Dragonflight, in my opinion, was a miss in terms of story. It was great in terms of content. I think the raids were pretty good. The Mythic Plus dungeons, aside from 2, were overall pretty good, right? But it's like it always kept going forward. So even when they super fuck up, it's not that they fuck up on one thing, but the other things kind of make up for it, right? And then you had Shadowlands, which was overall a fuck up, but the dungeons were good. I think the dungeons were good. Okay, so I can move this away. Alright, so let's go back to your comment about Wrath of the Lich King being the best expansion. And I pretty much disagree. Where is it? Oh my god, why can't I find it? Where is it? Warlock was the best peak. What? Okay, so was it okay? So let me ask you this: was Wrath of the Lich King peak in terms of fuck? How do is it more peak because of lore or because of game? And in my opinion, I think Wrath, in terms of lore, but only regarding ICC, was peak. Right? I think the Void stuff, Ulduar, wasn't peak. It was good. It was fine. I think again, the raid, people love the raid, but yeah, I think Wrath of the Lich King, in terms of lore or how much you should care about that lore, is peak, but only if you played Warcraft 3. Okay? Only if you played Warcraft 3 is Wrath of the Lich King peak. Which, by the way, this is, of course, the same thing for Legion. If you played Warcraft 3 and you played Burning Crusade, Legion is also peak. right? Arthas, the Lich King from Warcraft 3 will speak. Yes, I agree on that. I love Arthas. I love his story, Fallen Hero. I think a lot of people love the Fallen Hero. The Illidan stuff is pretty good. Yes, I still can't believe he lost. How did Illidan lose to a weakened Arthas? Come on, bro. What are we doing? And then Legion, in terms of content, what it did to the game, what it did to the genre. I'm sorry. Mythic Plus is probably the best thing that has entered the MMORPG genre. MMORPG genre. But in my opinion, it is incomplete. And yes, I know it's coming from Fractals. I get it. It is from Fractals. I think Fractals was the best thing to enter the MMORPG genre up until Mythic Plus evolved it into what it is. However, I don't think Mythic Plus is the end-all, be-all, and that content has room to improve significantly. I still don't think they're hitting the target of what Mythic Plus should be. In my opinion, these dungeon runs, if they're focusing on speed, they should be fast. They should be 15 to 20 minute dungeons, 3 bosses, a bit of trash, boom, 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 you're done. Okay? That should be the goal at most, 15 minutes. And up to a certain level, you should have a queue for it, because again, you just won't get people to play it as fast as possible. Okay, up to a certain level, Mythic Plus should be a queue, and there should be a randomizer as well. New World Invented Random Dungeons, which is like a quick fractal. You spend 15 minutes in it, the bosses are random, and you have to try to kill as many of them as you can for the most loot. See, that is cool, right? That is a nice evolution of dungeons, okay? That is a good idea. I want them to do that for Mythic Plus. Not in the same way. The way I envision it is actually I took it from Diablo 3. In Diablo 3, I don't know how they're called. Diablo 3 had rifts that changed the... What do you call it? Biome. Nephilim rifts, okay? In Diablo 3 are designed as randomized dungeons that frequently change biomes, tile sets, as you progress through their 1 to 10 floors. So, something like this. You kill a boss, you enter a portal or whatever, and then you go into the next... Like, let's say you have 3 bosses, right? So let's bring out the paint. I love me some paint, right? So let's say you have... So this is dungeon 1. Okay, not that. This is dungeon 1. Let's say you have 3 bosses. Okay, then you have dungeon 2. You have 3 bosses. Then you have dungeon 3. Obviously, I'm not going to do all 8, but like just to get the idea, right? So once you finish, you kill this guy, right? Let's do it purple. Okay, you kill this guy. Next thing is suddenly you're transferred to... From here, you're transferred to this boss for some reason, right? And not transferred to this boss, sorry, more correctly, you're transferred to this hallway that would lead you to this boss. Okay? You kill this boss. Done. Okay? So now you're gonna go from here, right? You're going into this hallway, and then you proceed into this boss after you kill the trash or whatever is in the path, right? So instead of like going in a straight line like this, you know, trash or whatever, you're just bouncing between the dungeons. And it is random. You cannot know what the next one would be. Sometimes you just go into a 15, you expect one thing, you get another, right? That would be, in my opinion, the better way to do Mythic Plus at like a higher level. Okay, it is fine if you do Mythic Pluses up to a certain level as just straight lines. That is fine. Okay, I'm totally fine with it to learn. But at some point, they should start being randomized. Okay? That's how it was in New World. The whole dungeon was random generated and all the bosses were on the map hidden in Fog of War. You have to kill trash to get to them, and when you arrive, you decide if you want to fight them or else you kill, the harder they become. Yeah. So again, that is cool. That's a lot more roguelike. Yes, I would. That looks like more roguelike. I don't like. I think there is a differentiation between a roguelike, and I think there is room for that. I think that's what Torghast in Shadowlands should have been, right? That's what you would have done with Torghast. But the way Mythic Plus work, I think that like what you're describing is a too different of a system, right? You're like the way Mythic Plus is designed is to go fast, which is like yours is too, right? But how should I describe it? Like the reason it feels different. Like I think there is room for dungeons like the way you describe it, but I feel like that would work better for delves, not for Mythic Plus. I feel like Mythic Plus serves a different purpose, which is more like but I don't know, because yours is also like challenge yourself, right? I don't know, they just feel different for some reason. Maybe the roguelike aspect is the problem. But I don't think the bosses is really like the main issue with Mythic Plus. Usually it's the trash packs and navigating the dungeon. Whereas like in New World it seems like the bosses was the main attraction, right? You want to go to the bosses. All right, so I feel like the focus is a bit different, but there is room for both, realistically, right? But yeah, that's my opinion about Mythic Plus. Now, why is Legion, in my opinion? Why did I click on that? Oh, she appeared in my shorts and I clicked on the thing by mistake. Okay. I don't know why. Like, dude, these. Where is it? This thing. Yeah. Is there a thing in Korea right now to just have like somewhat attractive girls? And I say somewhat because I went to her Instagram and like, you know, she can pretty up with makeup, but realistically, she's like below average, right? Reacting to just like with no nothing, right? They're just like sitting there looking pretty, right? And just like, whoa, whoa. And like that's the whole reaction. Is there like a company in Korea that just hires like somewhat good looking girls, you know? Abraham, thank you so much for your leggy guide. I watched it in one go. It stressed me out. Then watch your video of should you go for leggy, and now I feel free. I won't try hard. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Thank you for watching it. Thank you, thank you. Anyways, like this is it's like I just like this is like so random. I don't know why I'm talking about this, but it's like I have noticed this and it's been like why are there so many of these Korean chicks that look pretty much the same, like dolled up, right? They all look pretty much the same. They have the same exact reaction and they all look at this guy drumming. It's so fucking funny to me. Like there's actually a company and bro, this has like 24k likes. Dude, I swear more than likely bought it, right? But then it's like you go to her channel, bro, and like what the fuck is this, right? Like look at all the posts. It's literally just like they're sitting there. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Look at this! Look at this! I can't. I'm demonetized right away. Just that of the Michael Jackson, I'm demonetized. Okay, and she just sits there. She will sit there in silence. Right, I'm gonna do it without sound. Look. Whoa! This is the wall. This is the wall. Whoa! It's like okay, he's singing. She has an expression on her face. Oh my god! He's doing it live, like live, right? She said one word. This whole thing is just her sitting there looking pretty. What is the like? What is this content? And this 100%, she's sitting in like an office space that was decorated in this way, and there's like 20 other Korean chicks that look exactly like her doing the exact same thing to the same video. 100%, I'm telling you, that is what is going on. And it's amazing to me that it has 7k views and likes and shit. Did you watch some K-pop stuff recently? No, what happened was I was actually watching that drummer that she was reacting to, and that prompted a different Korean chick to pop up on my shorts that watched that drummer dude, and then it all went downhill from that. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to the real topic. Okay, in my opinion, Legion better than Wrath, even in lore. Okay, the Wrath of the Lich King lore is like such a we went way off topic there. Anyways, so Wrath of the Lich King lore, honestly, the only interesting part about it was Arthas. However, in Legion, you had Emerald Nightmare, and you got also like closure for a lot of them, right? You got Emerald Nightmare closure. You got closure for Gul'dan, even though it's like technically it was already closed, but he was such an important character that they had to bring him back from the dead for us to kill him again, just so we could kill Gul'dan and say we did it. Okay, so we had closure for Gul'dan. We had closure for Illidan, who, again, a lot of people loved Illidan. Also justification to bring Demon Hunters, because everybody wants Demon Hunters, right? We got Demon Hunters, okay, which in my opinion, more interesting lore-wise than Death Knights. I'm sorry. It is what it is, okay? I like Death Knights as an idea, but I think that them somehow being able to get away from Lich King's control doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, okay? The reason that Sylvanas got out of his control is because he was weakened, right? He was weakened and he had to rush back to the Ice Crown to reunite with Ner'zhul, and that's when he became like, you know, the Lich King. He wasn't like fragmented into three pieces, being the Frostmourne, Arthas, and the Lich King himself, right? He became one, so he would be much stronger. How the hell did the Death Knights get like separated from his control? Doesn't feel very strong to me, okay? And just because he's in Ice Crown, right? Like the damage he took, like I don't know, man. There is a Lord of the Rings MRPG. There is. It's just very, very old. They need to remake it. It's very much like classic WoW. It's really not interesting to play. Anyways, everything else in Wrath of the Lich King, really not interesting. First of all, if you played Warcraft, aside from one secret mission, I believe at I think it was at the end of the game, there was one secret mission where you deal with old gods in Warcraft 3. With practically no back lore to them, nothing, okay? It was just like a secret lore drop that pretty much, if you just played the games, made absolutely no sense to you, other than there is some deep evil inside in the ground, okay? That's why like classic WoW also makes absolutely no sense if you just came from Warcraft 3, because what the fuck is Molten Core? What the fuck is Ankiraj? What the fuck is anything aside from, okay, I understand Naxxramas because I recognize what's his name, Kel'Thuzad, okay, and Sephiroth. That I understand. Everything else, if you're a Warcraft 3 player, nothing in classic WoW makes sense to you. TBC, everything makes sense to you. Wrath of the Lich King, pretty much only Lich King makes sense to you, right? Legion, however, right? By the time you even get to Legion, all of these points make sense to you, because if you've been through Classic, TBC, Wrath, even MoP, even Kata, right? Even technically WoD, which gave you the background of like of a lot of the orcs and all that stuff, right? But mostly Gul'dan. Like you had so many lore moments with Emerald Nightmare, with the Nighthold, right? If you, because you faced Naga before, so it's like this is their origin essentially, right? What do you call them? Sargeras' lieutenants, right? Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, that was already technically dealt with, but like Kil'jaeden, right? And then eventually dealing with the biggest bad in the universe that you've been aware of for the longest time, kind of dealing with him, right? Sargeras himself. I think Legion, in terms of lore, was also much, much bigger and more impactful than Wrath of the Lich King. In terms of gameplay, Wrath of the Lich King fixed kind of the talent tree, but not enough to the point where basically in Kata they had to revamp the whole thing. They knew that the talent tree they had was utter bullshit. Remember this like yesterday I played WoW from release, and the day Cataclysm release I always been Horde and parked in Orgrimmar. I logged in, the whole city looked fucked, I never went back. Yeah, imagine relearning the geography of a city you've spent your whole time in. Fuck that, man. That's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't agree with the whole like shattering. I don't remember what their reasoning was, but the whole shattering, not great, you know. But it did add like, didn't they fix a lot of like the? It was mostly for like fixing the quests, right? They should do. They did. It's called like the Shatterer. He did that in Guild Wars 2. But he did it before the release, so you know. So you got it in Guild Wars 2. It just happened before you got to know that area. Orin dies, she blows up into 10 small dragons and Tyr is all shattered. Okay. I honestly think they might. It would be interesting if they start playing with the mists as also alternate realities, where there's an reality where Orin is consumed by void. Right? And then, so it's like you go into the mists, and the reality that you enter is a void consumed world where Orin, well, like we lost basically, and the whole world got consumed by void, and you have a void dragon Orin, and then you go for some reason, I don't know, and you go and you fight them, right? Find a reason, like there is like a stronghold that remained that for some reason somehow is holding on, and you're there to help them. I don't know, some weird reason. I don't know why I'm obsessed with like fighting the Void in Guild Wars 2. I don't even want to fight the Void in World of Warcraft. I really don't give a shit about the Void. But yeah. it's I don't know what to tell you. I just know they need to fix the lore in Guild Wars 2, man, because what they have now is just not it. Just not it. You know what I think they should do in Guild Wars 2? Make I mean, they kind of have it, but it's not really a thing. Make story achievements like you have like similar to collections, right? But you have like a whole let's say a list of like 24 collection achievements, but in order to do them you actually get to do a story that has to do with that achievement that explores aspects within the lore. So it's like, it's not a standalone expansion, but it does cover certain plot holes or plots that weren't addressed in the main story, right? Maybe you have, I don't know, like some inquests that don't like where they're going with their you know, corporation, and so they were renegades, and then like you do a little story with them and you get to learn more about the inquest, the ins and outs and stuff like that, by basically accompanying them, saving them, helping them to escape or some shit like that. And it's like, I don't know, like a 10-part story that you do like achievements with. I don't know, like maybe, I don't know, like all I know is that's like an expansion gets released and like you do the story as fast as possible, and it's kind of like you never deal with it again, and you kind of like don't care about it. Which, you know, I think the only time that you did care about it was End of Dragons, because all of the metas had to do with the story of that map, right? End of Dragons meta, like Dragons End meta, sorry, the Jade Sea meta, has to do with the whole story of everything that happened in that expansion, right? You have the 3 factions, right? You have like the, you know, the Kaineng people. You have the, what do you call them? Like the rebels, and then you have the forest people, right? And they all converge to fight this big bad dragon that whose story you already know. And at the end of it, you also have an achievement where she talks about her children, which are the dragons you already defeated. Right, End of Dragons, specifically Dragons and Meta. The reason why I love this meta so much is just because of how much it covers in terms of the story and how much it is related to everything we have been through. Right, but let's look at even the other ones. Right, what is the Etherblade meta? Who are you dealing with in Seitung province? You are dealing with Etherblade. Pretty much the whole story in that area is dealing with Etherblade. What is Echovold Wilds, right? Who are you dealing with there? Mostly you're dealing with these rebels, who, by the way, you also dealt with them in Kaineng's in New Kaineng, right? So like who they took over like your robotics, like the J technology, right? And then you deal with them again, right? And like those, the story of that area corresponds with the meta in the area. World bosses don't like, and again, this is like random fucking, shooting at another bad aspect. Like world bosses, aside from like Shatterer and maybe what's his name? God damn, I did this boss all the time. The Undead Dragon. And even he, not so much. Right? But other than Shatterer world boss, most of the world bosses don't have pretty much anything to do with the map that they're in. Okay, the fuck does Shadow Behemoth have to do with Queen's Vale? Tequatl, yes, Tequatl, thank you. Tequatl kind of has to do with the Spark Fly fan, right? Kind of, to an extent, lore-wise. But nobody else really does. Okay, some of the world bosses, whatever, they're just world bosses for kicks. Right, there's like Svanir Shaman has to do with this map. That's fine, right? Because that's who you're dealing with in that map. That's cool. Okay, the Centaur guy, Chieftain, forgot his name. Okay, you're dealing with centaurs in this map. This is the meta. Great. Okay, this is the world boss. Okay, great. That makes sense. Shadow Behemoth makes no sense. Fire Elemental kind of makes sense, I guess. You can. But like you're not dealing with anything that has to do with Fire Elemental in that whole map. It's just that, an experiment gone wrong. I guess that map has some experiments in it, so sure, you can say that it's related. Right? The worms, Tikal is a Mexican dragon. He came from Mexico swimming and has been trying to make it to Tyria. That is what the man is about. And we are the evil Americans, huh? It's like we're putting up the wall. Right. The pirate. Does the pirate have anything to do? What's her name? In the same Sparklight fan, not Sparklight, the one above Sparkfly fan. Does the pirate? What was her name? Does she have anything to do with that map? Like realistically, like yeah, there's a pirate stronghold there, but are we dealing with pirates as a whole in that map, like story-wise? I mean, let's be real. Story-wise, we don't even go to that map. Gundaren, is it Gundaren? No, it's not Gundaren. Gundaren is up north. What is it called? This map, Bloodtide Coast. Okay. Honestly, there's no lore in this map, so honestly, just do whatever you want because we honestly just skip this map in the lore as a whole. We don't ever go here. The only time we go here is if we are part of the, what do you call them? The shadow dudes, right? Like you have the vigil, you have the scholars, and then you have the shadow spies, whatever. And you don't even actually like do anything in this map aside from go to their hideout and then leave the map. So this map, I mean, you can probably throw whatever you want here. I guess this whole map has pirates in it. I wouldn't know. The worms here don't make sense, but sure, right? Again, you have Tequatl, which is, I guess, fine because, he comes approximately from Straits of Devastation, from Mexico all the way to the US, and we don't let him in. So that's fine, right? This robot, again, there's no story in this map. So, like, what is the Inquis here doing with this huge robot? God only knows. I don't know, is Lay Anomaly considered world boss? I don't think it is. Consider that. What else do we have, right? We have, in terms of world boss, Shatterer is the only one that makes sense, right? With the map. I mean, this whole map literally has a mark of it. Why does he drop Spoon? So you can eat his ass! Why Right, Shadow Behemoth doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. Right, the big worm here. Does the worm make sense? I don't know, man. Like, yeah, the location for the worm makes sense, but it's like I don't remember dealing with any worms when collection was added later. You're the one writing the lore, fix the game domains. I don't know, man. You might just break it completely. Right. And then you have the fire elemental skin. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of them are just kind of there for the sake of being there. But in terms of like actual implication on the story that you're going through, they really don't, right? The only relation Shadow Behemoth has at all to the world is probably the fact that we are fighting Doom, because I think Shadow Behemoth is from the underworld. It's not Void. And if he is Void, then he's in the wrong freaking century. Okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be more relations to the story of Guild Wars 2 in its content, because I think the only expansion that did it was Kantha. No other expansion. Sorry, actually no. Heart of Maguma also did it. Heart of Maguma, all of the metas that exist here actually make sense with the story that you go through, and Kantha does. Crystal Desert practically has no metas that have anything to do. I mean, it doesn't really have metas, but has almost nothing to do with the story of what you're doing in them. Okay? Same with Horn of Maguma. I guess, yeah, the metas here at least make sense, but, you know, the story is weak, so, like, who cares? And then Castora, let's be real, both of them don't make any sense. Yeah. This reminds me a lot of Warframe, where the devs are cooking the game and don't remember the lore themselves, so when they make expansion, not everything makes sense, but both still good games. Honestly, I do find it funny that a lot of people who play Warframe play Guild Wars 2 and vice versa. I love Guild Wars 2 and I love Warframe. I actually want to make a video about Warframe and how Titania ruined Warframe for me. But yeah, I find a lot of people who play either or, like they play both kind of thing. A lot of times I had conversations about Guild Wars 2 while playing Warframe, and a lot of times I had conversations about Warframe, or refers like innuendos that makes you know that the person knows about Warframe. I mean, shit, we have a guy in our... I have a guy in my guild. Where is he? Oh, I wish there was a search button. Probably won't find him because there's a lot of people here. But there's a guy in here called Clem. So we all know what he plays, right? If he calls himself Clem, right? We all know exactly what he plays. It's like we know. We know he plays Warframe. But yeah, I do want to make a video about how Titania ruined the game for me. Warframe. In our own Clem and Guild Wars 2, yeah. I don't understand the thing, like why people are so obsessed with Clem. I don't get it. Like, is it the reason that he says Clem? Is that why? It's basically like Clem is like the Pikachu of Warframe, right? I love Clem, it makes sense lore-wise. What's the lore? What's the lore of Clem? He's a deserter? Oh shit, okay.
Time to do some real damage.
Oh shit, okay. I'm so dead.
Replenishing. I could outrun a centaur.
Oh, he has a pool! No! Okay, I thought there was only one guy there.
Venom. Too strong. This is getting serious.
Why is there 3 guys there? Okay, there's warrior on that side. We're gonna go there. I would beat them all 1v1. This build is actually correct. Not in a good way, but there's like I have only lost so far to 2 different specializations. One is Luminary because, I mean, it's kind of broken. The other is a specialized engineer that is specialized against Condi damage. So yeah, that's the only time I lost with this build. This is honestly pretty much a build for like lazy build. This is like low intensity build that kind of just works, and it focuses all its efforts on blocking basically. So you just have to block and auto attack and you're good. Okay, who's here? Are the blue guys gonna show up now? All right, fine. Okay, he's leaving. Good riddance. Alright. Yo, you wanna fight? Bro, come here, come here. Ah, fuck, it's a luminary, okay. You're not gonna have a good time. Yo. Yo, come here, brother. Come here, don't run from me. Same thing with Vesso and Kal. Vesso and Kal. Yo, fight me. There it is.
Take that.
Oh, he changed to that. Oh, okay.
Time to do some real damage. I could outrun us. They'll have to hit much harder. You're finished. Another.
See, I told you. Told you, bro. Just win. You just win, bro. They just end up killing themselves. They just all kill themselves. Alright, what is it? 1v3? Let's go. You wanna fight me, bro? Wanna fight me, bro? Let's go, let's go.
They'll have to hit much harder. Another.
Skin like bedrock. A swirling cup.
Hey, you better run, bitch! No. You can't beat this. You cannot beat this, bro. It's actually cracked. It is actually a cracked build, bro. This guy in Clem is just cute and adorable, so everyone loves him. Like, I don't hate him, but it's like I don't get the hype. You know, you go into a Warframe stream and people are like, Clem, 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 Clem. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, how old are you guys? Jesus. I don't know, man. It's just fucking cringe. You've been fighting against for 20 years and you get that one person who fights with you. It's just iconic. Oh, like that's true. I mean, yeah. And he doesn't really fight with you. It's like a mission that literally is probably like one of the most useless missions in the game. Like, I never even bother doing that weekly because all it gives you is a like Clem Spectres, which is like, why do I care about Clem Spectres kind of thing? Bro, it says in combat, man, but where's the combat? Somebody come and attack, I wanna fight. Which is really rare for me. But, you know. I actually want to go to the washroom for like an hour now, but I was talking about that video and it's like came and went, came and went. Alright, so are they done? I guess... Oh, shit. I'm not gonna make it, am I? I'm not gonna make it to that camp. Actually, I don't even need camps anymore. I finished my weekly. The funniest thing about my build right now, I have no idea why I'm doing damage. I really don't. Now that you have a build that is good, you're enjoying fighting. Well, I want to keep testing it. Like, I don't think it's a great build. The reason this build is good is because people don't understand what I'm doing. That's why the build is good. Once people understand what I'm doing, I cannot win a fight. I was fighting a luminary, funny enough. Oh shit, okay.
You'll be feeling that one. Replenish it. I could outrun a centaur.
I'm just gonna block everything, and they just killed themselves, bro. They just literally killed themselves.
You're finished. Back in the battle.
Yeah, buddy, and then we're all alive, and now you're not having a good time, are you?
This is getting serious. Sharp blade, sharp mind.
I'm just gonna res this guy now.
They'll have to hit much harder. Feel the fury.
Okay,
I can't go on for long.
I just don't die. I'm just tanky, and I still have a lot of invisibilities and all that shit. Yeah, you just... Good luck, man. And it's even better when they focus me. So the whole point of this build is, if you're not doing anything, I literally cannot kill you.
Slice 'em apart.
Right? You can literally out-heal me if you just don't attack. Right? So just ignore that I exist, and you win. Right? Because all of my damage is really confusion. Like, I do have damage from Torment, sure, but literally all of my damage is confusion. So as long as they do stuff, they die. And if they just stand still, or have like any shred of survivability and like realize that it's confusion damage, I cannot kill them. Oh, shalom, my friend. Here's some more confusion for you, buddy.
I could outrun a centaur.
Too bad, man. Too bad. Yeah, just take this. Take those. Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh shit, he's back.
I'm in bad shape here.
I'll help him. More invisibility, baby. Yeah, just survive, bro. Just survive. Oh, so close. All right, here we go again. Here we go again.
Sharper still.
Now we'll show you.
I could outrun a centaur.
Oh, that's better.
Feel the fury.
Unlucky. I spent too much time trying to heal the idiot. Not sure why I was healing him. I want to fight this guy again. He's pretty strong. He's pretty good.
Standing.
The other ones are pretty shit. He healed my damage, so I had to like do like 2 or 3 rotations on him. Cause he healed it, but like yeah. I want to fight him again. The warrior was kind of boo-boo. Doo-doo. L2 is pretty good, but it feels slow. Oh yeah, this is like you have to play. You're not playing for damage. You are playing for survivability. So you just focus on like 2 attack abilities. Everything else you just focus on defense, which makes combat a whole lot easier because all you gotta do is defend, right? Why do you use staff instead of X? Honestly, I don't have a good offhand that I want to use instead of like with the X. So, hey, fight me, hey, let's go.
A swift stream. A swirling gust.
I'm bleeding.
Oh, this guy is good.
This is feel the fury.
He healed that. Damn. Oh, this guy good. This guy's good. Well done, sir. I actually like. I also messed up at the beginning. I let him literally do like a full rotation on me before I went invulnerable. Because I thought I teleported out of it, but I guess I didn't. Yo, come back, bro. Fight me. Fight me, motherfucker. He's also Condi, I believe. I think he was Celestial. He was pretty tanky. But yeah, but you see how long it took me to also like release my what's it called? Like my F2. Like it took me forever, which is like I need to release it right away against like sometimes I don't know who to release it against early. Like for example, if I play against Luminary, no point releasing it early. They usually like block it or whatever. So it's like I can't release it early. But like with this guy, because he went super hard offensive right from the get-go, I should have released early, but I was stunned. And I thought I broke out of the stun, but I didn't. So yeah. Where's this fucko? All together again. Unfortunately, they have two good players. Come, fight me. Fight me.
Sharp blade, sharp mind. They'll have to hit much harder. You'll be feeling that one for days. Release!
Yeah, see, this guy's dead. Like, he's just gonna kill himself.
Sharper still. They'll have to hit much harder.
Thank you.
Ah, respect to these guys. What rune relic do you use? I use Queen. What do you call her? Demon Queen. We fighting? We fighting? Fighting? No? Okay. Yeah, they're just doing rounds, I guess. Yeah, you wanna fight me, bro? Let's go. Yeah, see, like, that's why I can't do that to him.
The unkindest cut of all.
Replenishing.
Mercury Maelstrom!
Endurance running low. Sharper still. I could outrun us. Feel the
Spin
fury.
to win!
I could outrun a centaur. They'll have to hit much harder.
I lost target. Heal, heal, heal. Heal, heal, heal.
Slice them apart.
Ah, fuck. He went the other way. I don't have anything for it. No!
They'll have to hit much harder. Feel the fury.
Keeps canceling my, what's it called? My 3, because he runs into me.
Sharper still.
I'm dead. Oh, I had the block. Now I'm dead. Ooh, not yet.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Damn, evades on everything.
Time Time to do some real damage. Sharper still. Feel the fury.
No, come on, blink, bro, blink! Oh my god, this guy. See, this guy, he's playing smart. He's playing tanky. And I think he noticed that I'm confusion. A lot of times he just didn't do anything. This guy's good. But, like, I never survived this long in a duel. Like, I just... Yeah. Like, that was a pretty good duel. I was nowhere near killing him, though. So I think he has a somewhat tanky build. Or he just knows how to play against this. I also fucked up a bunch of my... I don't know why I kept using Signet of Midnight in, like, very weird places. But, yeah. Rune, I am using Tormenting, which honestly, I'm not sure if I should use Tormenting. Like, I might actually want to use Brawler, not Brawler. There's another one with Toughness and Condition. I could honestly go for Healing. that would be funny if I do Snowfall. Which one was it? Because this is like, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just use Trapper as well. Do I need Torment Duration? I don't feel like I do. And that's the thing. Maybe... Oh. I should go Trapper and just get more Condition. Is Toughness and Condition? What is? Undead? Is there one that has more Condition? Engineer. That's scavenging. Honestly, dude, maybe Poison Duration because of my, what do you call it? Because of this. Toughness, Condition, Damage, Toughness. What? Anything with a lot of Poison Duration? Maybe Thorns. Like, reducing healing by 50%. Whenever I play this, I am always slow. How you enjoy this movement speed? Oh, because like the 25% movement speed goes away when you're in combat anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. Like, that's why. Oh, dude, I don't even have... Oh, what the hell? I don't even have a sigil here. For this one, what do I care about here? Is there something with poison? Inflict nearby enemies with 2 stacks of poison for 4 seconds upon non-critical hit. Your next attack will inflict 3 stacks of poison for 8 seconds after swung to this weapon. Yeah, we'll do that. We want poison. We want to reduce... It's time, bud. Hey, Ash, what's happening, bro? Like, this movement speed, you mean? I mean, I'm just as slow. Even if I had plus movement speed in combat, it goes to 0 right after, so I don't think it really matters. Oh, damn. Green was here and took the free. I missed the green. Where's green? He just captured it. I guess it TP'd out? Oh well, I'll capture it. I finally revealed my true form, yeah. Yeah, I played with it. I think there's another one. I guess, yeah. Yeah, so wave, I used to try it, but man, reduced healing whenever you poison a target, and I poison them every time I daze and shit. It's pretty damn good, man. Like, this helps me a lot with luminaries. Yeah, I know. I mean, honestly, I could just play Chronomancer and have the same effect, but I don't know how to play Chronomancer well, so I just don't bother. I'll be right back, gotta go to the washroom.
sharper still.
You are a welcome guest. This is a bad time to be traveling.
Okay. Da-da-da-da-dum. Oh yeah, don't mind Ash. He always gets me going about the WoW. Eventually, we'll back to where it all began. I mean, look. Do I have some sort of like craving to play WoW sometimes? Yes. It exists. But then I think about what that means. Sitting in queue for Mythic Plus, joining a bad group where one person leaves, or you just wipe on the first pool and it's already like group is dissolved. Raid nights, fucking second job, man. Like 3 hour, 2 hour, or 3 hour raid nights 3 times a week. Fuck that, man. I think I'll say though, seeing the trailers and how shit is becoming Mickey Mouse, Disney, and WoW, I can't go back even if I want to. Yeah, so for me, I am 99% sure, and hopefully this won't happen. There is a 1% chance. I'm 99% sure that when Illidan comes back with Sargeras, I will probably feel like I wanna get in on the action. That's pretty much like the only thing that might bring me back when Illidan is set loose. And I'm not even a Demon Hunter main. I'm just like an Edgelord main, basically. So like I don't even know why. Right? But like, man, it's hard because like you have the conflict in you that tells you it's like, man, they did my boy Arthas dirty, right? They fucked up Jaina, they fucked up Anduin, Thrall, man, like this all like Care Bear bullshit, Dragonflight. Like, I don't know, man. Like, there's so much thing that I was like, fuck, man, I don't want to play this fucking game made for 5-year-olds anymore, you know? But at the same time, it's like, well, then why don't you just play Classic? Because Classic is also dog shit, okay? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, Classic is dog shit for this year, you know? It's like, it's great for 2004, 7, 2009. It's great for those, but, like, When he comes back and you find out he's now gay and his hair is blue, he traded his weapon for a chef's hat, he cooks now? Well, let him cook. Maybe he's cooking something good, I don't know. Oh my god. Then I'll be watching from the sidelines for sure. Like I wouldn't be participating in the slaughter of the franchise. Oh man. Okay, so there we go. I wanted to watch this. I was saving this, and I only have one question before I start this. Do you think that classic WoW players are completely lost, like their brain cells are completely fried, or do you think they will actually make a good point about Classic Plus? My opinion is Classic Plus players don't know what the fuck they want. I think they just want to stay in Classic and bring all of the content that is still technically Classic, which is basically up to Wrath of the Lich King, into Classic. I don't think anything you add to the game in terms of character functionality, like talents, spells, anything like that, collectibles that change, like whatever you did with Season Discovery, I don't think they will enjoy any of it. I think they just want the unfinished content that was supposed to be in Classic to be in Classic. Classic WoW players are all players who want to feed their soul with nostalgia. Man, you are so right. So right. They just want to feel something again. That's why private servers still exist today for TBC and Wrath. They have private servers all the way to Legion, I believe. But they always existed. Classic WoW servers, like private servers, have existed since TBC was out. I know. I played them because I didn't start World of Warcraft until like basically Black Temple was like the current raid. Yeah, they're still a thing to this day. Yeah, I'm just saying that they existed since TBC. Honestly, they might have existed since Classic WoW, right? And I started to play during TBC Black Temple. I think I did Kara like twice, and then I did the Naga raid with the what's her name, Lady Vaj, forgot the name. I did that once, and then I was just farming Black Temple. We didn't get to the last boss. I think we only got to the Azura, not the Azura, the Council fight. Like after the Azura, that's it. Like that was my TBC experience. I didn't even step foot in towards Sunwell Plateau or whatever it's called. Is it called Sunwell Plateau? I think it is. Yeah. So that was my TBC experience, and then we went into Wrath all the way to Lich King. The guild that I was in was wiping on. We could not get through the Vampire Lady back then. That's how bad it was. So I didn't even get to see Arthas. Sad days. Yeah. But yeah, so that's when I started playing it, and yeah, I was a noob. People will probably say, because of how I'm about to talk about Classic, that I'm still a noob. I was young and could not afford to get into WoW, so I was playing. Yeah, basically same here. Yeah, I lived in a place where the dollar was 4 times the currency, right? Like I wasn't so, and I was young and I didn't work, so I couldn't afford 60 plus of that currency, you know.
Listen, I just thought it was a survey. I woke up this morning, I saw everybody talking about Classic Plus survey.
Yeah.
This is a lot more than that. Like, what the heck?
Sure.
Haven't we done this before?
Oh yeah. I am surprised this song does not get this video demonetized and my video demonetized right away. Not that I'm making any money off of these, but I'm just saying.
Huh? Me not that kind of orc. What?
Yeah, this is exactly what I thought Classic players wanted. They just want the zones that were not finished to be unlocked. They don't want anything else. They want to play the same shitty as designed characters. Half of them are incomplete and not viable for the content. Okay, they just want to play those garbage as designed characters, and they just want the content that was supposed to be in Classic. They want, but the problem is, here's the funny thing. You will never get that content because the developers that will add that content are not the developers that made Classic WoW. Hi, Joel. Probably. Yep. Okay, can we get to the point? Yeah, okay, they want the Blood Elves. Okay, so that's TBC content, sure. Gilneas, I'm assuming. Dalaran. Yeah, okay, except that Dalaran cannot exist there because Dalaran was literally wiped off the face of the earth by Archimonde, so they had to relocate, basically. So, like, how would they exist there? They flew back, I guess. Like how the game looks so simple, you can tell where the enemy is and you can tell what the enemy is doing. Holy shit, what a concept. Yes, dude. I agree. Clarity in Guild Wars 2 is really bad. Targeting in Guild Wars 2 is really bad. Like, there's so many aspects in Guild Wars 2 that honestly I would rather they focus on that than delivering us another expansion that really no one cares about. Like, realistically. Right?
Hey guys, I'm Jordy, and our little project created an absolute insane amount of buzz in the community.
Hi, I am a guy who made a survey about Classic Plus. So obviously, the people who play Classic, that literally have all the time in the world to do anything else, because when they play Classic, they watch videos, they literally work while they're playing Classic, because that's how much attention you need to spend on Classic WoW, that I am amazed that they even managed to do this or were interested in a Classic Plus survey. Oh, okay.
Really well made. Super sick. Ooh, uncovering Dalaran. Project Classic Plus, baby.
And as of this video's recording, we have 35,000 introduction surveys taken, with over 200,000 total surveys covering every aspect of the game completed. The surveys are still up, and that number is steadily increasing, but I do want to get into what we are seeing, what the community thinks.
I think we all disagree here. Same.
Probably.
And what exactly Classic Plus is to us all. And while I can't tell you Blizzard has officially noticed and said that they're watching,
really excited to announce that I guess we'll save that.
Blizzard will never do what you ask them to do. Blizzard knows best that there are more retail players than there are Classic players, and their main goal is to convert Classic players to retail players, because that's where the expansion money is at. That's where people buy the cosmetics. Blizzard makes more money off of people buying gold and buying cosmetics in the game than they do from subscriptions. Blizzard has absolutely no intention of giving you the Classic experience. They re-release these games. Blizzard wants to make money, that is all. Thank you, have a nice day. Yeah, essentially, yeah. They're not going to waste their effort on a maybe this Classic Plus will make people play Classic Plus. Like, people don't understand that Season of Discovery, even if it was successful, would not actually bring them more money than if they didn't make Season of Discovery, because all you do is pay for the sub anyways. But you're paying for the sub regardless. So if you're paying for the sub and you're okay with having Classic, TBC, and Wrath re-released every year, like in a yearly cycle, they'll just keep doing it. It won't cost them any money as long as the subscriptions cover the service cost, like the server costs. If you want them to develop something, they have to monetize it. And they cannot monetize Classic Plus because the crowd that it is targeting, based on the survey, this crowd will not give Blizzard more money than they're already giving them. Why? Because they don't want cosmetics, they don't want an in-game shop, they don't want all of the things that actually can make the company money. Okay? And they probably can't sell it as an expansion. So you're not getting any of it. Okay? Like, realistically, you're not getting any of it. Okay? The reason Season of Discovery existed is to have like a something in between classic to retail, so people would be like, oh man, this, you know, Season of Discovery is really cool and it's a lot smoother and faster than classic. Is this what it feels like to play retail? And then the gap is not so big, and then people get hooked on retail, because retail is what makes the money, not classic. Classic is like a thank you letter to the community for supporting them. But if it didn't make them enough money, like if the subs alone of the players playing it didn't make them enough money, they would shut it down instantly. They should be happy that classic players even exist and that they are getting any money at all, because all these players would play on private servers in a heartbeat. Well, here's the thing. No, they wouldn't. The biggest private server, which was Nostalrius, claimed that they had 100,000 registered users. But their servers couldn't hold more than 20,000 players at a time, and there was practically never a queue. Okay, so they didn't even have 20,000 players. Classic servers have anywhere between 300 to 800,000 players. Okay, most of the time. It drops low at like when nothing, like there's like, you know, there are like the lull moments, but like for the most part, a new season comes out, or like, you know, the expansion re-releases, you're gonna get like almost 1 million players. Okay, but that's it. So it's like the private ones were really not great overall. Like, people think that they were, but no, they were not. Okay, I don't know if this woman gets that. Give them what they want, or they will find it elsewhere. They won't. Again, like, they just won't. They will stick to playing classic for eternity, because I don't think their brain is so fried that they literally cannot play anything else. Okay, that, and because they're getting so old, it's harder for them to learn anything else. Right? If you play a game like classic, which is like literally a second monitor game, okay, your mechanical skills go to shit. Okay, you cannot play any other modern game because it is literally too hard for them. Okay, they will not, like, it will, like, the learning curve for them for everything would be way too fucking hard. Okay, like, it's like not possible. Okay, it's like for me to get into Naraka Blade, for example, right now, right? So if you know this game, Naraka Blade Point, okay, fantastic game. But it is very fucking hard. It is such a hard game to play. For me to play it, I would have to play 2 months with the mentality of learning. Read manga will level up Protect Paladin when WoW was just launched. Yeah, like, of course. What else would you do? Like, it's auto attack and running simulation. Of course, you can, like, what else can you do in that game? But yeah, for me to play Naraka Blade Point, I would have to spend 2 months in a mentality that I want to learn, and like literally focus on learning, recording and watching replays, just to maybe understand what I'm doing wrong and where I can learn. Meanwhile, somebody who plays Nioh, probably Nioh 2, I believe was the fast one, right, will probably get this game a lot faster than me. Okay, I still haven't played Nioh. I have 1 and 2, but I still haven't tried them. I think this is and Sekiro. I played a bit of Sekiro. But like, you get a fast fighting game. Like, if you played, I don't know, Street Fighters all your life, you're probably going to be better at Naraka than somebody who played World of Warcraft, okay? Like, your reaction speed and all that stuff, like, you're just going to be better. Yeah, like, you're not gonna like, it's like, if you're a WoW player, bro, classic WoW player specifically, yeah, you're not going into like a game like that, right?
For later.
Let's be real. Guild Wars 2 might actually be too hard for WoW Classic players. Like, realistically speaking, I'm not talking about like the leveling experience. Like, sure, I'm talking about like give them a max level player, let them watch a guide on how to play, let them practice it, put them in a T4 fractal, and they will not be able to do it. Even if you tell them all of the mechanics, they might not be able to pull 10k DPS. Okay, like that is classic players. They will probably just try to auto attack, and honestly, if you give them the pistol thief, they could actually do 20k DPS, sure, okay, but they won't be very useful.
Just based off of my experience communicating with them, I know that they're paying attention.
They're completely different for the most part than
And
other players.
T4 fractals are not hard, just to like make a point, okay? This, I'm not talking about like, they're, in my opinion, Mythic +4 is harder than T4 fractals, when Mythic +20 is the required weekly, okay? T4 fractals not. CM is a bit different story, but also I wouldn't call them very hard. Why do you think LI, low intensity builds exist in Guild Wars 2? Honestly, handicap people. Handicap people, or people who just wanna kind of get into the role, but like they don't want a big learning curve. So that's why you have low intensity. Or handicap, not handicap as in like, you know, like something's wrong with them, in the sense that it's like, no. Classic players are handicapped in a mental capacity. I'm talking about people who like literally have like one hand or something like that, or they have to play on the controller like because like their wrists are fucked or something. That's what I mean by handicap, right? Like physically handicapped. Classic players are mentally handicapped. That's different, okay?
You know, can we as World of Warcraft do a bit of experimentation? Because we hear what they want. What do they really want? And in some
like I don't know if classic players could even handle a low intensity build. Okay, like realistically, because it's not even just the build, it's the build plus dealing with targeting, plus dealing with movement, plus dealing with enemy attacks. Okay, like they have to deal with more than just clicking one button and dealing with one mechanic or an auto attack that goes in their direction. That's what I mean. Like classic players will not be able to deal with the content, let alone the low intensity build.
They created it themselves, like hardcore. That's what we're aiming for. We're in a very exploratory space with Classic, and we are listening.
Now, the next video in this series will be showcasing all the incredible pitches and ideas that the community has created, as well as...
I just realized that Hygel actually looks like a... Well, it looks like a mushroom, but you can kind of see it like looks like a tree, right? Is that actually Hygel? Yeah, I guess so. Huh, Hygel always looked like a tree. Go figure.
In this series, we'll be showcasing all the incredible pitches and ideas that the community has created, as well as an absolutely exhaustive amount of ideas that only and I have. But this little video is just the numbers, and oh man, are they interesting. Now, I want to preface everything I'm about to talk about with this. I'm not saying, nor recommending, Blizzard make Classic Plus by committee here. While I do think a polling system is a great and much needed feature for future releases, doing it this way, with all the surveys being as long and exhaustive...
By the way, OSRS ruined its own game by listening to the community when they released the fucking crab. A 0 button, untamed, and do 30k DPS with just a pet. Okay, now you intrigued the classic players. At that point, I'm not sure if it's at that point, I'm not sure if it is even playing the game anymore. So you just hit the perfect build for a classic player, because they're also not sure that they're playing a game anymore. They are playing a game that plays itself, because if they could lock the one attack that they're using, you know, if they're playing Warlock, they use the one attack. If they play what do you call it, Paladin, they use the seal and then they use their attack. Okay, if you play Warrior, you basically wait for Rage and then you use your one attack. If you play Thief, well, Thief is more complicated because you go into stealth, you sap, you stun, then you use one attack to generate and one attack to like use up the generator, and then you use the it's 2-button basically. Okay, if you're a hunter, it's one attack, but honestly most of the time you auto attack because mana is a bitch on a hunter and the pet does everything anyways. So I think that build might work, but I still feel like they won't be able to handle that there's like more than one mechanic on a boss. Like that might be too hard. Like, don't get me wrong, it is very uncomfortable to do the last boss in the first raid, the one with the, they had the fire that she spins with a fire thrower, the jump to cannon. I am fairly certain that is impossible for a classic player to handle, because they have to pay attention to the map when the mark appears. They have to know where to throw the bomb if they got it. They have to know where to stand if they are the ones going up and people need to throw the bomb at them. They have to know when to do it, because sometimes it has the same timing as the spin, and sometimes if you have a blink, you can avoid the spin, but if you don't, you're kind of fucked, right? So it's like there's some quick thinking, calculation that has to happen in that moment, right? And then also switching targets, because the boss goes away and another boss comes down, you have to switch targets. And then also shit falls on the floor at random, so it's like the don't stand in the fire type of mechanic, but this fire like just one shot. I don't know, man. I feel like it's too much. I was talking about people in Guild Wars 2. I feel like they are all classic players too. I feel like they're in between. I feel like the Guild Wars 2 players, well, again, if you're doing metas, you're just doing like regular metas and world bosses, yes, they are classic players, right? Today with 40k achievement points, still don't know how mechanics work and ruin runs of stuff. Yeah, but they're collectors, right? Like that's yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of them in this game too. Most of them just do open world stuff, right? And collections. Like if you go to what's that place with all of the destroyers, where the treasure mushroom is? Jesus Christ. The 3-level place in Living World Season 3. With the lava, not lava, but like the water that is boiling. I'm so bad with names, man. It's crazy. Anyways, so that area, do you think the people who live in that area, because for some reason there's always people there, do you think those are hardcore PvE players? Because there's really not much to do there other than run events and collect flowers. But for some reason, there's always people there. Every time I go there, somebody wants to run the double Drake meta. Right? I don't know why there are people there, but there are, right? And there's nothing to do in that area after you have done your Aurora or whatever. Yeah, it's so simple, you don't have to be hardcore to figure it out because of the Aurora and Vision. Yeah, but it's like there are veterans there that probably already had. Somebody linked today that they have 69 of the... You need like to collect 7 druidic something tablet, whatever. Some guy linked he has 69 of them. Why the fuck do you have 69 druidic tablets? Because they probably found it funny to collect 69. Their next goal is go to 420.
As they are, it's just not a great way to...
And again, I'm not hating on these people, but it's like that's like that. Yeah, you have that caliber of players, and good on them. Those could be the classic players. Like that is the very similar caliber of player.
On everything. But I do think it's very important to see how the community feels about a certain direction and hopefully course correct on anything that they might already be doing to avoid running the Titanic into an iceberg.
What are they turning? Is it all over? It is, yes, all over.
I have no idea. And if you can, that means they purposefully stop the achievement just to collect more. Collectors, man. Some people.
Now, speaking of icebergs, let's talk the most surefire ways to screw up Classic Plus. According to the community, out of over 35,000 individuals who answered, almost unanimously, everybody agrees that flying mounts would ruin Classic Plus. Good stuff, guys. I agree with you. Now,
Would flying mounts ruin Classic Plus? I mean, at some point, I feel like they won't. But at some point, meaning that like you beat all the content, at that point you might as well fly. Like you did all the raids. I don't know, man. Like, I understand the argument, but also like having to watch yourself run from location to location when you're max level and you're just doing like raid logging every week and that's all you do, and all you do is run from like world boss, like world buff to world buff, to then go to the raid. Is there any reason for you to not just fly there or teleport at that point? Like realistically, is there any benefit? Like what are we doing here? Just like a running simulator? At that point, I think like if you're just doing that, I feel like you should be able to unlock flying if you got to that point. How do you lock it behind that point? Ah, fuck, man, I don't know. But like having it be a complete like fucking running simulator the whole time, yeah, I don't know, man. But the world feels alive. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. After the first 2 weeks, nobody's in the low level zones. Okay, people who are max level don't need to go to low level zones. Okay, most of the zones are empty. Like, not only most, dude, like vast majority of the zones are pretty much empty. You have like 1 or 2 Horde players and 1 or 2 Alliance players. The server has 20,000 players, and then you have like 4 players in Tanaris once everybody's in the raid locking phase. The world is kind of dead anyways, right? I understand when you're just starting out in Classic, I get it because it feels alive and shit, but it's like everybody is literally sitting in Stormwind or Orgrimmar looking for a group, and then they run to the dungeon and they don't interact with anything because they want to go do the dungeon or the raid or the whatever, right? As once you complete the okay.
Everybody also agrees that the leveling pace of the original game is just right, with the majority agreeing to keep it the way it is. Only one.
Here's what I find funny about the whole leveling phase. If, like, when you tell people that Classic is a boring game and there's nothing to do, and they say it's like, oh, well, it's all about the journey, it's not about the destination, right? And it's the leveling experience and all that stuff. Why aren't you playing EverQuest, which has twice as long of a journey, if not 3 times as long? Why aren't you playing EverQuest, bro? Because it doesn't have the Warcraft name assigned to it. That's why you're not playing it. Because World of Warcraft was created to be more player friendly. That's why you're not playing EverQuest. That's why people are playing retail more than they're playing Classic, because it is more player friendly. Because time is of the essence, friend.
1.4% of respondents said that they'd rather skip leveling and buy a boost. So, Blizzard, if you're listening, no boosts please, no leveling increase, just keep it the way it was. Mad Season, this one's for you.
By the way, I think leveling in Classic WoW should be at least twice as fast, at the very least. I don't think the leveling in retail is good for the game because you don't get to learn your class at all. But I think in Classic Plus, there isn't like anything to learn realistically, but introducing you to all of your spells is done in such a sluggish way that it's like you're spending like 5 or 6 levels, sometimes 10 levels, without any new skill, and these 10 levels take forever. So you are learning your DPS rotation and your skills by playing multiple hours using one ability. That is not very, like, there's no reason to do that.
Now moving on to something I honestly found surprising, a majority of players believe that transmog is bad, with 51.6% of players agreeing that it should not be in the game. I'm honestly surprised by this as well.
I think it's not that transmog is bad, the way they're doing transmog is bad. Transmog should be locked behind an achievement, not a collection. So for example, and this mostly is bad, realistically speaking. This is bad if you're playing on a character that has not done Nax, but he's wearing Nax gear, like transmog-wise. That doesn't make any sense. This is bad when you're in Wrath of the Lich King and you're using, like, you're going into, like, Classic, soloing raids or whatever, and you collect the appearances from there. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel like you earned it, okay? I think that some transmogs, the shitty transmogs no one cares about, but some transmogs specifically, like when it comes to raiding or PvP seasons and stuff like that, they should be time gated, time locked, right? Once the season is over, you cannot get this anymore. But if you earned it at that time, you can wear it. Okay?
I hear a lot of different opinions about transmog, so this one was a pleasant surprise. Now that we've seen what exactly Classic Plus should change, let's talk about what the community thinks.
And this applies to retail too. I think Mythic rating appearances should be locked for the Mythic rating season. In my opinion, Mythic rating should be cosmetic only, to be fair, and the item level gaps should be smaller between patches. That's a whole other story. But Mythic rating, all the appearances should be time gated. You cannot get these appearances once the Mythic, like the raid season for this raid is over. Okay, similar to Arena. You cannot get all the Arena sets that are like elite sets basically, unless you have done that elite season. I don't know if it's still the case. Maybe it isn't. I remember in Legion, you still couldn't get old elite sets unless you got them on the same season, and I believe Shadowlands was the same. I don't know how it is now.
Should change. While it's a bit mixed in how it should work, over 70% of respondents agree that raid size should reduce from 40 somehow, with about half
100%. Like, I think 20. Honestly, I think 10 would be perfect, but with the way WoW works, you can't really do 10. So probably was 11 to 14 is technically like the standard. But I do think 20 is too much still. But in terms of raid feel, I think 20 feels more like a raid than 10. So it's hard to say. 40 is definitely too much. This looks like they want the game to become Guild Wars 2. This looks like they want the game to become Wrath of the Lich King, if I'm being more honest. They want Classic to become Wrath.
Half of those wanting the Season of Discovery version of raids being tuned to 20, but allowing you to...
Why does he say, like, Season of Discovery? Sorry, not even Wrath. This is actually more TBC, right? TBC is 20 or 25 people, right? So it's not like in SOD. It's... Also, where's the other option? Is there an option for 25? Is there an option for 10? Is there an option for 30?
More, or a retail WoW-like version of flex raiding where the challenge changes as you gain or lose raid members. Next up, Dungeon Finder. 67% of people...
What was the last one?
Dungeon Finder. 60...
Accessibility. Yeah, where's the reduce it to 10, reduce to 15, reduce to 20, 25, 30, like... As were more impactful win rates. Yeah, of course. When you have 40, 20 of them are AFK anyway, so you essentially have a 20-man raid with 20 people AFK, so it's like you're not really losing much.
67% of people Finder, but only in that it helps to group you, not teleport you to the dungeon. Now, what confuses me here, though, is that...
only group you, it's still up to you to get to travel to the dungeon. Dude, can you imagine? This is what I'm saying. Classic players are just legit, like, brain dead. No, I want to travel to the dungeon. I wanna go to Shadowfang Keep from Stormwind on foot. Hell yeah. That is just so immersive, man. I feel like I'm on a journey across the world. Oh my god, bro, what is wrong? It's like, oh man, I have to take the train to Ironforge, and then I have to walking simulator all the way from Hinterlands to Arathi Basin, and then I have to go to the, what do you call it? Fuck, I forgot the name. You go to the left, like you go west, and then you make it. Oh my god, and the journey is just so impactful. I avoid all of the monsters. I'm like sneaking past them. It's like, bro, you're running on the main road, okay? Like the monsters don't even travel there. Okay, no. I passed by all these monsters. It was really dangerous. It was such a journey. Meanwhile, 3 people who already got there are waiting for you to fucking walk, and then they see you die to a crocodile in wetlands, and like, oh my god, here we fucking go, bro. 30 more minutes. Let's fucking go. We'll enjoy the train ride in Half-Life with the credits at the beginning. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe they do. It's immersive, right? It is immersive, bro. Fucking classic players, bro.
74% of people want summoning stones as well. So I guess you're all okay with making 2 people travel there to summon the other 3.
Okay, so we got 2 suckers to go while everybody else can AFK. You like, how can you have this in both ways? What does like, oh, this is the compromise. No, this is not the compromise. This is you joining a group and hoping the like 2 other idiots are gonna make the run while you go and make coffee or some food, because you might as well eat while doing the dungeon because you don't even play the game. It just auto attacks for you.
3, which de facto is the same as Dungeon Finder, kind of. This was a weird result. I think some of you are passenger princesses and are okay with it. Now, most of you like the idea of...
No. I think all of you are fucking retarded. That's what you should have said.
Dungeons, or at least some version of it, depending on how it's implemented. Also, a majority want AoE looting. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of AoE looting, but it's not a huge deal.
Can you imagine not being a fan of AoE looting? Imagine the mentality you have to not like AoE looting. I am not like, how do you even say that? I am not a fan of AoE looting. No, I want to go to every mob like, oh. Now, this would make sense if you want to go like full immersion. This would make sense if you could literally loot everything that enemy was wearing. They're using a sword. You should be able to loot that sword, even if it's fucking broken, okay? Broken sword, you can loot that. The jacket, the trousers, the shoes, I don't give a shit. Even, like, at that point, if you want to go, like, full immersion, buddy, full immersion, yeah, let's do that, okay? You can loot everything. All of it is actual junk, but, you know, but sometimes maybe it's not junk, right? Like, go full retard. Just go full retard, bro. Just, like, fuck it.
Fine. Now moving quickly to the class survey, over 70% of respondents think Retribution Paladin needs major revamping.
What class do you think I consider my main chat?
It's not that... Okay, first of all, Retribution Paladin doesn't need major revamping. You know what it needs? And honestly, this is the whole list. Okay, wait.
Of respondents think
Okay, this is what... It's not that Retribution Paladin needs revamping. It needs to be finished. They didn't finish making the class, okay? They didn't finish protection. They didn't finish retribution, okay? Paladin was like the last thing they were working on. You want full immersion? Remove teleports from the game entirely. Go take the boat, dumbass, to go to the raid. Run there. See you in 3 hours. Yeah, basically. Log in 2 hours before raid so you can go to the raid, man. Yeah. Also, like, yeah, the horse, by the way, gets tired. So you can't just, like, keep riding it the whole way. It needs to, like, stop here and there. You gotta feed it. You gotta give it some water. Right? Yeah, Balance Druid, they didn't finish making it, and Protection Paladin didn't finish making it. Right? So it's like, and the reason Arcane Mage sucks is because they actually didn't figure out the mana system yet. So Arcane Mage just like overuses mana like a motherfucker. That's why Arcane Mage in retail, I'm talking out of my ass right now, but it sounds pretty convincing, right? That's why Arcane Mage doesn't even use mana in the current one, just uses Arcane. Yeah. Like in retail, because they can't figure out how to use Arcane with the mana because it doesn't work. Okay? Arcane mana doesn't work.
Needs major revamping.
What class do you think I consider my main chat? The best class? The Paladin.
While Balance Druid and Protection Paladin...
The best class, starting Wrath of the Lich King, yeah.
Come up just behind. Ret just needs a little encouragement to really break free of its vanilla shackles.
No, Ret, it doesn't need encouragement. It needs 2 abilities. Okay, it is an auto attack class that everything on it is passive. Seals are passive, and Seal of Command is passive. Okay, like you hope it procs. Okay, and you never use it for judgment because it only does damage if you stun the target, which means you never stun the target because you're fighting bosses. Okay, who cares what you do in the open world? Like that doesn't really matter.
The biggest one on this list, in my opinion, 55% of respondents would prefer if GDKP was not in Classic Plus. If you look at demographic data,
the thing that was created by the community is rejected by the community. This is GDKP. Out of everything here, everything that is said, GDKP is the one thing that has been created by the community, and the community rejects it. WoW players are actually retarded. The only useful class is the one that makes the summoning stone and has part of the group. Yeah, Warlock. And also has the hardest rotation where you spam Chaos Bolt. Basically, yeah. Use Chaos Bolt. It also has a tank summon, which is like really nice for leveling.
data of people who answered that they were hardcore raiders, that number drops to 49.5%. But separately, for people that only labeled themselves as hardcore raiders and nothing else, that number swaps to 47.1% wanting GDKP, with 41% saying they prefer not to have it. I'm not going to.
GDKP, if you're a regular player, GDKP is probably one of the best things that could happen to you, because that is the fastest way for you to make gold. Okay? The reason people don't like GDKP is because they are competing against people who bought gold illegally, and now they're buying items for like gold cap. Okay? That's why they don't like GDKP, because they're broke. Okay? Which, by the way, I agree with you. It sucks that real life money affects it. That being said, why the fuck do you care so much about the loot at the end game of Classic? What are you going to use that loot for?
Gonna editorialize this, but it's fascinating. The last highlight here, and this one is a slam dunk, is that 95% of people who answered, so something like 32,000 or so people, want to see dual spec implemented. I think this is a safe addition for Classic Plus, and the community.
That's fine.
Agree. That's the no change.
Honestly, not dual spec, but literally what they have in retail spec. Okay, just swap on the go. Who gives a fuck? It is just convenient. Just let people spec however they want, whenever they want. Who gives a shit? That will also make gold irrelevant, but let's be real, gold is irrelevant because gold is paid for with real money, therefore makes it irrelevant for the regular player.
The changes, and now the most debated topics that we can't get true clarity on. First up, how this server rollout should occur. Now this one was all over the place, with no option getting more than 30% of the vote. 27%.
Remove mounts completely? I mean, hey, it's gonna be more immersive. Just make sure that you have to buy boots for movement speed. You know, like not movement speed per se, but comfort, right? So it's like if you have like shitty boots, once you run a certain amount, like you kind of start getting like what do you call blisters, so you have to slow down, or you have to like stop completely. Like just like, make it immersive, you know. Going to a dungeon from Stormwind should take days. It shouldn't be like 20 minutes to an hour. It should take days, okay? It should take like real world Warcraft 3 mission time, you know?
Want 1 mega PvP server and 1 mega PvE server. 24% want a condensed server list like in SOD.
1 mega PvP server with faction balance enforced. How do you enforce faction balance? They cannot. They cannot enforce faction balance. It is not gonna happen. Stop dreaming about useless things. Well, of course they can. They can lock the amount of players that can join one faction, so they have to join another faction. Yeah, people won't do that. People will just join the race that they want. If somebody wants to do raiding, he's gonna join... Which one's the raiding one? I think it's Alliance. Oh, no, or is it Horde? I think it's Horde, right? Because they have better racials for raiding. So yeah, so they're gonna join the Horde. If they go into like, and they're like, oh, well, I also kind of want a PvPs, and it's like, oh, well, this PvP server is full of Alliance. Yeah, I'm not gonna go there. I'm just gonna sit to PvP, to PvE, okay? Gonna server list like in SOD with console. By the way, World PvP doesn't exist. I think Pilov was demonstrating this the best when he was playing, like before TBC launch and after TBC launch. Nobody's world PvPing. People are fishing one next to the other. Like Alliance and Horde are both fishing one next to the other. Bro, world PvP does not exist in World of Warcraft. Stop imagining a scenario that just never actually existed. Okay? The only time it exists is Strangenthorn, and that's because of rogues. That's pretty much it, okay? And it's just the easiest place to gank people because they get ganked by invisible tigers anyway, so like who cares? I go then server list and saw only 1 mega server PvP that lets players opt in or opt out from PvP. No, because then we'll just be a PvE server. Many servers that launch, some PvP, some PvE, a couple role-playing like Vanilla Classic launched with. Whoever voted for this kind of retarded. And then what's the last one?
With further consolidation over time, and then down from there in terms of options. It's super interesting to see how split everybody is on this. On the question of Classic Plus
no opinion.
classes, 43% do not want to see any new classes. with 34% and 12% wanting to see new classes in some way, whether that be completely new classes or stuff that we've seen in retail already. Now added up, that's 46% for new classes and 43% against. The community
No, just fix the current ones, but then don't fix them too much, because then it would not be in the spirit of Classic. You see the problem, right? You can't really fix the classes in Classic, because then they're not really Classic classes anymore. They'll be like either too strong, or like, why did you even fix it? It's still not viable, right? So the only way to fix classes, let's say say you want to fix Red Paladin, okay? You give Red Paladin 1 or 2 more abilities, and like they're too strong, so it's like, oh, this is not Classic WoW anymore, because Red Paladin shouldn't be this strong, okay? But then it's like, okay, cool, but then let's say you just give them 1 ability, but it's not like really fixing the issue, and they're like slightly closer, right? It's like they're not really there where everyone else is, like warriors. And then you're like, well, why did you even do this? This doesn't change anything. We're still fucking useless. So there's no real winning here. It will never actually be properly balanced, because of how, you know, I don't even want to call Classic rock, paper, scissors. It's literally just, what is the best thing to use? You're either gonna all use Red Paladins, or you're gonna stick to the all warrior meta, right, in Classic. So like it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter to fix the classes. Should you have new classes? Of course not. Why? Because it's not Classic WoW anymore, right? If you add Death Knights, if you add Demon Hunters or whatever, right? So yeah, that's not it anymore.
Is pretty split on this one. And in terms of the server
given the game like it was when it was originally released, well, they did, and then all the hashtag no changes idiots wanted the changes. Are they even discussing this? Fuck them. Fuck them. That's straight up.
Every couple years, and I admit this.
I think Classic was an element of seasonal servers resetting every couple years. Dude, every couple years, they are not going to wait every couple years to reset. They're gonna reset every like year at least.
Could have been written a bit better.
Like
the community
longest.
is also pretty split. Some of you are down for fresh every so often, some never want to see it, and most are just not sure, wanting to hold judgment depending on how it's done. So this is just our initial findings. We've been building this data browser for everybody to use, which right now you too can go check out. Do you want to see what the auction house gamers think about connecting all the auction houses? Boom. Go check out the data for yourself right now. While all of that is great, what about the content? Well, that too has been insanely positive, with an absolute truckload of ideas being submitted and tens of thousands of upvotes and downvotes on all of these ideas over the course of the last 2 weeks. So while you're on the site, go upvote what you think are the best ideas. And like I said earlier, the next video will be much larger.
Best in slot crafted gear. Technically, already exists. Technically, right? The best legendary sword in the game is technically a craft. So, you know, professions should have relevance throughout the entire game. Good luck. What is all about crafts? Crafted gear should be useful while leveling. This one I agree with, but also, when are you gonna do it? Most people level their crafting when they're already way past the zone. Right? It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to revamp all of crafting in terms of materials, or you're gonna have to have way more materials in the world, because it is impossible to collect enough copper ores, and then tin ores, and then make them into bronze, and then collect enough iron, and then collect enough silver and gold and mithril while leveling to actually like be able to craft enough gear while leveling. It is literally impossible with the way that collecting and the amount of minerals you need to craft something. So like, this is a revamp of the whole crafting system. Like, good fucking luck.
Larger and expect that soon, but while you chew on the data, we wanted to leave
Jewel crafting, adding it in Classic. I mean, again, same problem. So like, it doesn't really
you
matter.
with one more thing.
What is it?
What is it?
What in it?
Good day to you. If you're getting my
Booty Bay? It's a bit too bright. No, it's not Booty Bay. Oh, I think this is supposed to be Tanaris, like the port at Tanaris.
Good day to you. If you're getting my
As fly with
I mean, I'll give him a like because that's a lot of effort, but like, bro, classic players don't know what the fuck they want. Like, straight up, man. It's like you're asking monkeys for an opinion, and they're gonna give you two different opinions. Like, it's just both of them are right and wrong at the same time. So it's like it doesn't matter. I don't know, bro. Yeah, classic is there are special kinds of people. That's for sure. That is for sure. Oh boy. How much you want to bet on this video that I just like that me talking about that when I post it? I'm gonna get a lot of like you furry like something. They're gonna have like insults for furries, even though I'm not a furry and I fucking laugh at those guys too. But they'll be like, "Oh, you're a fucking furry," whatever. I was like, okay. Oh my god, bro. Oh yeah. What the fuck? What am I looking at? Okay. It's gonna do that myself. Do it. That'll be hilarious. This fucking furry content creator. Okay, so I still don't know why you have this on. Oh, honestly, I was bored. I remember I have the app on my Steam and I was like, fuck it. I'll just put it on. I want to see if they improved it because I used to use this like many years ago. You just want to get new viewers? Nah, man, I'm just having fun. Didn't want to show my face today. So I was like, yeah, whatever. You know that GW2 has furs in it? I mean, yeah, but they're kind of cool, so it's fine. Char are cool. Char are fine, okay? It also has fucking salads, okay? So it is what it is. We have furs and we have salads, so it balances itself out. And the salads are more cringe than the fucking furries, okay? So
unlike basically anything at Endgame.
Anyway, so yeah, this video by Beller. I'm always down for shitting on Blizzard, so let's go.
Leveling in WoW is broken, and Blizzard knows it. But worse, they don't seem to be fixing it. And I'm not talking about just farming new max level alts. What I'm talking about is leveling. The way that a mass...
You don't think the Char are cool, bro? What is... How dare you? The Char are really cool. They're probably... Char are what the Norn's supposed to be. Norn, in my opinion, were supposed to be like these Viking guys that like just like to brawl and eat and drink. But honestly, that was not the case. That was the Char. Taurens are cool. They were cool. They're not anymore. Okay, no. The only abominations in Guild Wars are the Azura. Okay, those are abominations. Chars like to party, to drink, to eat, and to fight. Okay? Chars are by far the coolest, or like a balding old man like me. They are the coolest race in Guild Wars 2. They just want to party, they fuck, they abandon their children, they eat meat all the time, and they party again, and they drink, and they fight. Okay, that's Char. And they have tanks, okay? They also have tanks. That is the Char. Okay, they are canonically the coolest race. Okay, humans are humans, whatever. Salads are weird, but I accept them. Okay, you need vegetables in your games sometimes. It is what it is. The vegetables are kind of like elves. They're all about prophecies and meaning of life. Okay. Okay, first of all, Ritlock and Krishia. Remember what I said? Okay? Char just fuck and they abandon their children. So, Ryland is not their fault. They did not raise him. They threw him in with his warband and they left him there, okay? It is not their fault. Okay? They just abandoned their children. Ritlock was on Char-like with his need to act like a father to Ryland once he saw him again. And Krishia, the mother, told him, don't be a little bitch, bro. That is not our way, and that is not how we do things. Okay? They're legit. Okay? all about abandonment, partying, making more kitties, and eating, fucking, and drinking and fighting. Okay, Char are the coolest. Okay, all I know is we are Primordus. Fuck Ryland. I don't know, man. I think Bram fucked up more than Ryland. Also, Ryland didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted to freeze everybody. They would still be alive, right? They'd just be frozen. Oh my god, bro. Okay, that one will go to a separate video. Let's get back to this thing, okay? Let's go back to this.
Farming new, and Blizzard knows it. But worse, they
So what's going
don't
on
seem to be
with
fixing
returning
it.
player
And I'm not
experience?
talking about just farming new max level alts. What I'm talking about is leveling, the way that a massive number of people play World of Warcraft, and for good reason. I mean, for one, it's the only way you actually see and experience the world. Plus, unlike basically anything at endgame.
Sorry, I have no idea who in retail plays like leveling characters, which is, by the way, something I kind of enjoyed doing recently in Guild Wars 2. I have recently... My new Elementalist made it to 80. Remember he was 49, like, literally, like, a few days ago? Yeah, he's 80 now, bitch. And I came to a realization that I was kind of an idiot doing the story after the Black Lion Key at level 60. Because I was 72 and I was like, fuck, man, these story chapters are taking so long, and like I don't really care because I already know the story, and like they're not really rewarding, and I just want to get to the level, right? And I was like, okay, what do I have to do for my adventure guide? Dude, I did like 40 minutes of adventure guide and I got to 80. I was like, holy man, why am I even bothering doing anything in the questing after I get my third Black Lion Key? Just make a new character, get the 10 40 60 Lion Key, right? And then just do adventure guide all the way, like whatever you have left, because you are still doing adventure guide between the story parts, right? And get to 80, boom, done. Now I do need more character slots because I want to make like 5 more thieves to give them pistols and shit. But yeah, anyways, back to...
Leveling gives you a steady stream of progress and gameplay. And maybe more importantly, it's what new players do. And now that Blizzard wants everyone in the world back for housing, making sure leveling works should probably be their highest priority. And in a recent interview, Holly...
I need to like go to AI. Do I have it still? Let's try it, okay. Create a World of Warcraft commercial in Disney style. Emphasize the wow in World of Warcraft. Give me a second. I got a bunch of emails I do not want you to see. Alright, I'll let him do that.
WoW's lead producer made this more than clear. Blizzard...
The fast way to level is to work for 1 hour and use 2,000 gems. You will never change my mind. Best way, I mean, yes, again, but I still like... But at that point, it's like, why are you playing the game? It already exists. You just have to watch the new... I want to see if there will be a difference between AI Disney trailer versus what they made. I don't think... It might be the same, but yeah, we'll see. Might actually be the same.
Want WoW to be massive. Midnight is the starting point of Warcraft as a bigger IP than it's ever been. The slight problem is, WoW's new player experience is a nightmare. Now, if you don't want to learn about coding, you're not into games, just skip this. But if you're still here, well, the good news is that today's sponsor, Boot. Building a Pokedex, it's all...
As somebody who tried Boot.dev, I'll tell you right now, it is pretty good. It is pretty good, but nothing beats practice, like going over it over and over and over. Okay, like this is something that's like, even if it clicks, it is still a language and you have to repeat it. But I like Buddha.dev. I did about half of them, half the courses. But the problem is, by the time I got to like number 10, I kind of forgot like number 3 and 4, right? Well, as boot dev, it teaches you Python and Go and stuff like that. It's if you want to develop stuff, you want to be able to write code, just like to know the language, learn Linux, stuff like that. It's really good. I would say it's worth the money.
Really cool. Now, from my side of things, I did a BEng Computer Science, that's C++ and C# game engine-y stuff, which is a fairly different world to web dev. That's why Boot's really useful to me. And their teaching approach, I'd say, is incalculably better than anything that I really got at uni. It's just far more hands-on and really thorough. And here's the thing. With the Claude codes and the cursors, which honestly are kind of addicting and fun, well, they're only as good as the person who's using them. And what Boot teaches you is the fundamentals that separate a serious engineer from just someone who's generating a bunch of code that they don't understand, that may be cool, but maybe won't work or maybe won't be secure. So if you're serious about getting real engineering skills, this is for you. And hell, their new Training Grounds feature even generates personalized first person.
Okay, enough.
You might have seen this video from last year. It's the horrible them for sponsoring.
It used to be awful. Okay.
You might have seen this video from last year. It's the horrible legend of a Tauren mage named Milk Genius, and it all started when I sent Matt off to roleplay as a new WoW player.
I don't know how he does these, because I can guarantee you right now I would not have any problem starting a brand new character and leveling it through without heirlooms or all that stuff. I'll be bored as hell, sure, but like I don't know what the parameters he's setting, like understanding the story or like understanding the gameplay. Like I don't like it's how do you check understanding the gameplay on a person who has been playing WoW for multiple years? Like no matter which character or specializations you're gonna ask me to play as, I'll probably figure it out to like an extent good enough to basically go through the like leveling in like no problem at all. Will I do amazing DPS in end game content? No, of course not. But I would be good enough for the world content for sure.
Sorry, Matt. His goal was to level a new character on a fresh account and report back with his findings. No trickery, just do what World of Warcraft suggests you do. And it was an absolute pain. At one point, the item level scaling broke entirely, which left him barely able...
Damn, I'm out of credits. I can't even generate it. I used to have like 2,000. What the hell happened? Oh yeah, I made the Asmongold Lich King interview. That's what happened.
To kill a single mob. The leveling flow itself was completely confusing as well. He was around level 50 when he finished the Dragonflight campaign, and that left him almost stuck. All he could do was world quests and side quests until the War Within opened at level 70. And to make things worse, it was a lot longer than, say, your or I leveling is, because playing the game the way Blizzard intended...
By the way, I hate mage. Like, usually I don't even like mage classes, which is kind of weird because I'm maining a fucking Mirage, Mesmer, and Virtuoso. It just doesn't feel magey to me. I hate playing mages in most of my games that I play. I did not mind fire. Fire, especially when your Pyroblast, like free Pyro procs, feels really fucking nice. Only problem is when it doesn't proc and you try to use Pyro because you expect it to proc, that was really annoying. But overall, not too bad.
Had it taken 19 hours to hit a total level of 80. Of course, if that's the speed and the pace that you want, that's great. But it probably shouldn't take that long because things are, well, arcane and confusing. Now, with the Midnight pre-patch, things were supposed to be different. The new player experience has been revamped to even include raids, meaning you can just play the whole story start to finish. There was the stat squish that pulled all the numbers down to be more manageable. The UI has had massive updates, and the frustrating level 70 to 80 difficulty spike people experience should be gone now that Midnight is technically the current expansion.
Bro, how did you have more menacing looking bad guys in classic WoW with the abominations and like the other abominations that literally had like, well, I mean, they all have like parts connected to them that are not theirs, like they're literally like mixture of different body parts. But you had like that one that like in Sholomance, right, that is like not an abomination, but it's like I don't know what do you call them even? I don't even remember what you call them. right? But they're basically like yeah, because they took Warcraft 3 where like they believed in being edgy and shit, right? Here they think that like sharp teeth is enough. Honestly, dude, I'm not gonna lie. This guy, for all I know, this is the new player class. No, so you have the Butcher, which is an abomination, but then you have like, okay, think Wrath of the Lich King, okay? You remember the naughty professor, okay? Jesus Christ, I'm so bad with names. You had the doctor there, right? Putrid, whatever. And he had like the two pets that you have to fight before you get to him, and they're like big hamster abominations or whatever. Right, you remember those guys in Wrath of the Lich King? The hamster abominations? Like, that is scarier than whatever. This looks like he's the next allied race. Look at him, he looks cool. Dude, like, I would play this guy. Are you kidding me, bro? Like, fucking, look at this, like, muscles, a bit of void, nice dark blue, you know, cool looking face. This is, like, never been scary, right? And, like, the other void guy here. This is, like, teeth, that's all it is. It's a guy from Neos. Could be. Lost in the void, yeah, basically. I mean, this guy, yeah, that guy pretty much, yeah. Like, I don't know, man, like, they're not even, like, scary. Like, fuck, man, the Naga were scarier when they were just introduced.
So things should be different. And to Blizzard's credit, they are different. But as we found out, different does not always mean better.
Pretty much everything in the Legion, except from Succubus, because they're kind of hot, almost everyone in the Legion looks scarier than any one of these Void guys. And think about this way. Void creatures, right? They are literal monstrosities, okay? They don't have a physiology like that you should be able to understand. It's not like there's blood flowing in their veins or whatever, right? They can literally take any shape they want, okay? Or, sorry, you can make them any shape you want. They can literally be just a pile of teeth with void energy around them, okay? Like, you don't need to make them look like this guy, who's honestly kind of like a shark dude, basically. He looks more like a shark dude than a void dude. I don't know, man.
This time round, we decided to be a returning player, not a completely new one. You see, Midnight brought a whole new spec, the Devourer Demon Hunter, and that gave us the perfect setup for this video.
Amazing.
Leveling one. So let's level one and see how it goes. And to do that, say hello to Silk Genius, our Blood Elf Demon Hunter. As a Demon Hunter, he started off at level 8 on Mardoom.
Oh yeah, because they lowered the level.
Right away. He used Demon's Bite and Chaos Strike in melee for 2 levels, before then choosing the exciting new spec, which...
Bro, he used 2 abilities for 2 levels. Motherfucker used 1 ability for 60 levels in Classic WoW, okay? Don't even complain about 2 abilities for 2 levels, okay? 1 ability for 60. Try to beat that.
Which meant that he lost those abilities and suddenly started shooting blue beams.
Hell yeah.
The blue beams were fairly cool though. He then went around Mardoom murdering demons as usual, but he was the only blue demon hunter in a sea of green ones. It's not like we expect Blizzard to redo the whole intro to support new spec lore, but it did feel that something was not quite right. And that continued when Void Metamorphosis appeared on the cooldown manager, even though the ability hadn't even been learned yet. But then, a few levels later, he unlocked the talent for it. And
yeah, that is a weird thing where like you can see a cooldown of something that you don't even have. Alright, that is kind of fucked up. Still better than Classic.
Still was not able to use it, because it turns out that Void Metamorphosis is available from level 12 in the talent tree, but it actually shouldn't be. That's because it replaces the base Metamorphosis skill. And that only unlocks at level 20, meaning 8 levels of it.
That's also stupid, yeah. Wait, isn't Demon Hunter already in the game in Legion? It is, but this is a new specialization inside of Demon Hunter. It's like So Demon Hunters and Legion up to Midnight had 2 specs, Vengeance and Havoc, right? Now they're adding a third specialization in Midnight, which are more basically Void infused. They're going to be like mix of Mage and whatever, I don't know, Demon Hunter Mage, basically. Which also causes a lot of problems because all of the glaives, as far as I understand, before Midnight will not have intelligence. Even the legendary glaive that you pretty much get for free in Legion will not have intelligence on it. So you kind of have to play agility, and you can't really play the intelligence one until later on. Or just use swords, of course. Yeah.
Dead talent. Now that's hardly game-breaking, but it's clearly an oversight.
Just in spec,
given
yeah.
Metamorphosis is the big Demon Hunter thing.
Right.
And it turns out it's one of many oversights. Low-level Devourer is a disaster to play. You've got 3 abilities, your filler cast called Consume, the instant Reap on a short cooldown, and Void Ray. Now Void Ray costs 100 Fury, which is basically impossible to reach without later talents helping you out. Though this low level, the big guns weren't needed, enemies just die in a few Consumes and a Reap or 2. Now naturally, you would expect that the big Fury cost would mean that it would do a lot of damage. Turns out it doesn't, it may as well be useless. Except that it's your only source of area of effect damage until you're at least level 55. It's quite weird. Now this spec comes into its own eventually with the full talent setup, but it just doesn't work as intended until then. Playing one is literally hours of pressing Consume and Reap on enemies one at a time. Now you may imagine that getting Metamorphosis at level 20 should help. A good instinct. But there's one small problem, and that is getting the 50 souls required for Void Metamorphosis, because it actually takes forever, and without supporting talents, it doesn't stay active for that long either. And that means almost no use of Collapsing Star. Not that you'd mind that.
I'm not gonna lie, the complaints here, like, they are valid, sure, but like realistically speaking, it's just not a spec for leveling. To the point where, well, if you play a Holy Paladin while leveling, you're gonna have an even worse time than this, because Consecration also doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Okay, and like, you only have Holy Shock on like an 8-second cooldown. Well, you have Judgment, but that's also like, that's pretty much it, right? So it's like I get his point, but it's like, yeah, some specs just not meant for leveling, you know, like Resto Druid's not meant for leveling. Like, wow, oh, you know, like, just play the other specs. Like, I get it, it's oversized and sucks, but like, that's real. Most people don't fucking play to level. Like, who cares?
It's a great spectacle until it hits the target and reveals itself as a wet noodle. You see, while leveling, a single cast of Reap, which is an instant, does more damage than it. It's evident the Devourer only works at endgame, and that is a terrible shame. Think of the legions of people who will return to World of Warcraft and want to start playing the brand new shiny thing. Even if, say, they're a lapsed player.
Yeah, they'll just literally go on their Demon Hunter that is already maxed out because they came in Legion when Demon Hunter was the new shiny thing, and they're just gonna switch spec and test it out. That's pretty much what's gonna happen.
Since Legion and may already have a Demon Hunter, well, they're still going to be experiencing a broken spec. And that means they could return to World of Warcraft, check out the cool new spec, find that it basically doesn't seem to work, and think, damn, the game sure has gone downhill. I don't think I'll bother anymore.
I mean, valid points, sure.
What if I told you that wasn't the real problem?
Oh,
let's talk
about
the leveling process we experienced. Because Midnight promises tons of Blood Elf action and a new Silvermoon, we thought it would be a good idea to go and check out the original. And in some ways, it was. It's still a gorgeous zone, but in others, it was extremely stupid. The hardest part was actually getting there. You see, the portal to Silvermoon didn't work, and there was no obvious reason why. Flying over wasn't easy either. Porting to Undercity worked, except that the map then bugged out, though at least from there, it's just a matter of flying up. Which is good enough, until you realize that the old area is gone. Crossing over the zone boundary makes you send yourself a raid warning about the lands of Midnight, and then the game just boots you out. It's quite weird, but what's even stranger is that the attack in the Sunwell literally hasn't happened yet in-game, so it doesn't really make sense. Ignoring that though, the solution is fairly simple. Just fly around the border until you happen to see Zidormi, who's also standing behind a portal for some reason. Not that a new or returning player would necessarily know that there's a dragon NPC in the guise of an elf that they need to find to do that. Anyway, doing that finally got us to the right Eversong Woods. And honestly, it felt great. Mobs put up enough of a fight that it felt like a real video game, but they weren't bulky enough to feel like a grind. Each quest took a long time, but a lot of that was actual combat.
Okay, let's be
time.
real. Let's be real here for a second. Nothing in leveling in World of Warcraft feels like a real video game. It just feels like something you have to go through because it exists, okay? The mobs offer no challenge. You take absolutely no damage. You do too much damage. Even when he does very low damage, he does absurdly amounts of damage, okay? When like one cast does like a third of his HP, right? Sometimes even half. Like, there's nothing, like, dude, I don't think anyone cares about leveling. I don't think Blizzard cares about leveling. I don't think the players care about leveling. Like, I get his point, but realistically speaking, this is like, I get it. Like, you want to get new players in. Honestly, at this point, I believe that like when Blizzard released an expansion, they should just do what Guild Wars 2 does and just give a free level boost with it. It just makes sense. Just every time you level, you get a free level boost. Not in the Heroic Edition, not in the Ultimate Edition, just in the regular. Like you buy it, you get a free level boost. Why? Because the leveling is trash. There's no fucking point to level, right? Like the experience is garbage. The story is not congruent. You don't have a... Honestly, dude, if they really want leveling to matter, there's only one thing they can do. There's only one simple thing they can do for leveling to matter. And it's not even to make it slower. It is literally that the tutorial starts at level 1 and it goes all the way to max level, going through the story with the NPCs that are relevant to the story, right? You have to revamp the whole story to streamline that story to the current expansion, okay? Like, you know how like in Guild Wars 2, you have like your level 10, 20, 30 is like your personal story. Your level 30, 40, 40, 50, 60 is like the story of like the group that you're joining, which connects to the 70 and 80 story, which leads into Ore, basically, because you start dealing with the undead basically at the level 50 quest, mostly in the level 60, but 50 as well, kinda. Mostly in 60, okay? So the 60 quest is like a connecting device that leads into Ore, okay? Now imagine up to level 10, I mean, let's be real, Classic WoW doesn't really have a story, so it doesn't really matter, okay? So you start the story essentially at the Black Gate, okay? You are funneled through the Burning Crusade story until you do a raid at level 10 against Illidan, okay? With the help of NPCs, okay? You beat Illidan, right? Fake Illidan, whatever, right? You're just doing a chromie time, essentially. You're just doing, like, you are being told the story while playing through it. It shows you some key mechanics that are just not going to kill you unless you, like, really stand in them the whole time, right? And you're just doing this, you know, a chromie time type of thing, right? You're not actually fighting Illidan. You're fighting... This is what happened in that fight, kind of thing, okay? Then you go into Wrath of the Lich King. Maybe, like, at level 15 you have Ulduar. At level 20 you have ICC. Nothing else really matters in Wrath of the Lich King, okay? You can skip Naxxrama's story. No one cares. You can skip the dragon stuff. No one cares. Wrath of the Lich King is essentially Ulduar and, what do you call it? And the Lich King. And you know what? Maybe what we can do in this fake scenario, right, that maybe you throw in some classic lore about what do you call him, the guy with the eye, right, the other old god, okay? So you throw him at level 5, right? Again, NPC raids. Level 10 Illidan, level 15 Kil'jaeden. I don't think there's much story honestly between Illidan to Kil'jaeden, but maybe you can throw something in there, right? Or maybe you do like 13 Illidan, 15 kill Jaden, then at level 20, again, you're still doing, like, fucking streamline the story, right? Then you have Ulduar, Lich King, straight into Deathwing, nothing really matters in all of Cataclysm except the fight against Deathwing, right? So you're fighting him, it's you on one platform and the dragons are on all the other platforms and they're beating the fuck out of him, and sometimes he stomps with the tentacle, okay? And like before getting there, obviously you get the story of Deathwing, you go back in time, blah blah blah, whatever, and then you understand who he is, and then you beat the fuck out of him. Then you go into Mop, right? Who do we have at Mop? I mean, yeah, you do have Grommash, but it's like you didn't really cover Grommash, and honestly, he wasn't even covered much in Cataclysm, realistically. Like, he was covered kind of like in between patches. But yeah, maybe after you defeat Deathwing, then there is like the bombing of Theramore, and then like you deal with some Grommash stuff, and then in Pandaria, and then you go and you fight him, right? You beat him, he runs away in the trial, you go into WoD, right? You beat him, you see the cinematic of Thrall killing him by cheating, okay? Then you deal with Archimonde, and Gul'dan runs away, then you go into Legion, you do those stories, right? It's like mostly, honestly, you can probably skip the Emerald Nightmare, it doesn't matter too much. You go into Nighthold, I guess, because it relates to Queen Ajara. You go into Nighthold, you go obviously into what you call Tomb of Sargeras, you go into Antorus, and then from there you go into BFA. Mostly, honestly, straight away you just go into fighting the Nagas and Queen Ajara, right? Then, you know, after that, you can probably skip Shadowlands as a whole. Doesn't matter. Then Dragonflight, honestly can skip all of it as well, doesn't matter. Maybe you do like the one dungeon where the big bad dragon runs away, and then the portal opens and you see the image of Xal'atath, like the shadow of Xal'atath, and then you do the War Within, and then you do the War Within stuff, which honestly I have no idea what happened there. I know Khadgar got into a wheelchair, a magical wheelchair for some reason, because he can't fly on his own for some reason, sit on a cloud or something. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. You fight Primordus or whatever, not Primordus, what was his name? Galactus. You fight Galactus, Xal'atath cheats you, and then you are sent, and this is like the recap, boom, you're 80. All right, here we are. Let's go midnight. There. That is like, if you really want to fix the leveling experience, you're doing that. Anything else, honestly, doesn't matter. The world doesn't matter. The mobs don't matter. No, you don't understand the story anyways. There's too much of it. It's all very convoluted. You are not doing any one specific zone for long enough to understand the story behind the zone. Okay, before you out-level the fuck out of it. And you can't make it too long, because let's be real, you are on a very small timer to get to end game. Why? Because the end game leaves you behind if you don't get to it. You're gonna have to do a different end game. Okay, so you want to get to end game, you want to play with your friends, you can't stay in the leveling forever. Just streamline that shit. Okay, keep story points, and that's it.
Clearing through camps, crypts, and ziggurats on
nothing here. What he's doing right now matters at all. Completely fucking useless.
Fun. Until, though, Silk Genius got above level 30 and the zone just stopped scaling.
Yeah.
Quests gave less XP and mobs went down to being green. Thankfully, though, hearthing to Orgrimmar and starting the Burning Crusade time walking let stuff continue to scale. But even that made something rather clear. Understanding how WoW scales must be fairly impossible unless you're a seasoned player. Chromie...
Forget the scales, bro. Like, understanding that you even have to do this at level 30, if you're a new player, if you're a brand new player, bro, you would not even know that the mobs are green, you're barely getting any experience. Matt knew this because he's a seasoned player. If he was a seasoned player, he would be level 40 before he realized.
It doesn't really explain what she does,
well, 35,
and she's not easy to find unless you know what you're looking for. Thankfully, though, the Silver Moon portal was now working.
Great.
Finishing the Ghostlands was a pretty good time after that.
Hell yeah.
The Silk Genius ended up at level 48, and with a whole new understanding of the history of the Blood Elves. Great
No.
stuff.
No, really.
Altogether, he'd been playing for around 8 hours so far, but unfortunately, what would follow undermined
Wait, did he say 48 hours?
understanding of the history of the Blood Elves. Great stuff. Altogether, he'd been playing for around 8 hours so far.
Oh, 8 hours. I was like, dude, no way that took 48 hours. 48 levels, 48 hours was this classic WoW?
But unfortunately, what would follow undermines that good experience. After the Ghostlands, Silk Genius decided to do something a bit more modern. You see, raids are part of the campaign now, but only for the two most recent expansions, Dragonflight and The War Within. Now, we had heard reports that they were either totally broken or impossible, so we thought it was time.
Good, but do it with NPCs, because the NPCs will likely be better than the 9 players you're playing with. Just do it with NPCs. You just want to get the story across, okay? You just care about what the story is. So you don't need players, okay?
Time to blast up through the campaign and see what's up. Now, you could say that that's us knowing something's broken and
Now, that being said, okay, you should be able to queue with friends, and you should be able to queue to it. And if there are no other people, you're playing with NPCs. But if people come in, they replace some of the NPCs. Okay, so it's like you shouldn't be waiting for this. This should be an instant queue. If there are people in queue, they can get in on the action. If you're the only one, you just get placed with NPCs and call it a day.
And doing it for the sake of a video. Yeah, maybe some of that's true.
Yeah.
But also, this is Blizzard's intended leveling flow for a new or returning player. So I do think it's relevant. Now, in Modern World of Warcraft, you get more XP from quests than you do mob kills. Yeah. And it wasn't until Silk Genius was in Dragonflight that...
How sad is it that in Classic WoW, the best way to level is to kill random mobs? You find a farming spot and you literally play like the bots that people are making money off of. But like, they're making money off the game. And you're paying to do what the bots are doing, right? It's like, imagine working at a factory where like you just have to like, you know, like put like a tape on a box and like close the box and put the tape, and it's like in front of you there's a robot that is doing it, right? And you're doing that, but the robot is like getting paid with like oil change, and you instead are paying the owner of the factory to close the box, to tape the box. It's like, hey boss, can I work here? It's like, yes, it will cost you $10 to work here. No problem. I'll give you $10. Let me close some boxes, man. Like, imagine, that's literally classic WoW.
That was completely obvious. These quests took a fraction of the time Ghostlands quests did, but were rewarding the same gigantic block of XP. 20% of a level for a quest done in seconds.
Amazing.
And these faster quests meant Dragonflight's campaign took just 4 hours. That's half.
Funny enough, people said it's like they love the Dragonflight campaign, and I guarantee it is because the quests were just so fast. The story was whatever, it wasn't really interesting. Nothing about it was interesting, but the zones flowed very, very fast. Like, it felt like, oh, I'm already in the next zone. Oh, I'm already in the next zone. Honestly, I don't even remember what the second zone in Dragonflight was, like the zone with the centaurs. I remember like at the beginning you talk to like the friendly centaurs, and almost like you go a bit into like the fields, into like little like wooded area, and then like I feel like you almost instantly go to the third zone, but like you gained like 3 levels while doing it. And it's like, it's great, like fantastic. The leveling experience in Dragonflight was great. Why? Because honestly, the story was shit, but everything flowed pretty fast and pretty smoothly, and it just moved you towards the direction to go.
Half as long,
almost never backtracking,
as Eversong Woods and the Ghostlands. Doing old content and time walking to level up is basically just trolling yourself, plain and simple. That is, of course, if speed is the only thing you care about. Yeah. Essentially, the system just isn't balanced at all. If you want to experience the story, that's totally fine, but if Blizzard can't make an activity...
if you want to experience the story, you're not going to be able to experience the story unless they streamline the story.
...feel worth your time, then, unfortunately, it will be rather doomed. Of course, modern leveling went by almost flawlessly. I say almost because the leveling scaling broke again. When you hit level 70, Dragonflight's campaign just stops scaling. With every level above 70, the XP gets cut in half per quest. Now you might think, just like with the Ghostlands, there should be an easy fix. Go and start time walking. You can't do that. Chromie won't let you because you're too high level. You see, Blizzard haven't updated her to let you time walk, even though, at that point, you're still 20 levels below the midnight cap. So, thanks Blizz for that one, I guess it's an oversight. Now maybe...
No, I don't think it is. If each expansion gives 10 levels, right, and this is supposed to be midnight, right? Or is this War Within? If this is War Within, then it is a problem. That is an oversight. But if this is he's doing like the beta for midnight, then that actually would make sense. Because they want you to experience the previous expansion and then the current expansion story. Right? They don't time walking is not supposed to get you to the level to be able to do the current expansion. It is usually to the level to do the previous expansion, because they want you to get the knowledge from the previous expansion to tell the story of this expansion. Pretty sure that's the intent.
Maybe they want you to just stop what you're doing when you hit level 70 and go straight to the War Within recap. But doing that completely kills the flow, if you ask.
What flow, bro? There was no flow. You were skipping expansions. You didn't get a full story of anything. There is no flow.
Me, I think people would much rather see the story's climax and then go and start the follow-up story than getting shuffled along halfway through such that the War Within would be entirely confusing.
Honestly, the only way to get the story from World of Warcraft right now is to do time walking on one specific expansion other than Classic. Classic has no story, so it doesn't matter, right? You do like 1 to 70 in TBC, you do 1 to 70 in Wrath, you do 1 to 70 in Legion, you do 1 to 70 in Kata, you do 1 to 70 in MoP, you do 1 to 70 in, what do you call it? WoD. You do 1 to 70 in Dragonflight, like if you can, right? You just do the 170 in the one expansion, right? If you skip expansions, you're fucked.
So, scaling be damned.
So basically just make 8 characters, 10 characters, and each one will go through a different expansion.
Genius had to persevere and push on. Surprisingly enough, leveling was still so fast that by the time he killed Razagath, he had managed to hit a whopping level 77. And yes, he did actually get to kill Razagath, but I wish I could say that was a good thing.
Oh?
The footage I'm showing you is not sped up. This is the epic raiding experience Blizzard are presenting to new players right now on live servers. In story mode, Razagath survived for a whole 70 seconds, most of which was up in the air spawning her mobs in Phase 2. And what's wild about this is how self-defeating it is. You see, Blizzard went to all the lengths to create a V2 of Vault of the Incarnates with a story mode version of this boss. It's a fair amount of work. Instead of all the platform hopping, it's just in one platform.
I don't think it was a fair amount of work. I think it was a half-assed job they did for the sake of it, and mostly to test out if they can do it. If they did this, I'm pretty sure they're testing to see if they can actually do the streamline of everything, of all the raids. Like that would probably be like the best thing they can do for leveling. And just streamline it. I think Chromie time was an experiment. I think this, and honestly, let's be real. With Blizzard, everything's an experiment. Torghast is an experiment. Mythic Plus was an experiment. It was a successful experiment, so they kept it, right? Time walking was an experiment. That's why, and it's like people liked it, so they kept going. Everything is an experiment, realistically, right? Stuff that are failed experiments, they don't continue with. They don't even do much with them, right? Like let's take Ashran. Ashran, the PvP zone. That was an experiment. That didn't go well. No more stuff like Ashran going around here, you know? Like, they're not making any more Ashrans.
But she does still have her abilities and phases to go through. And when it was first up in the PTR, it was tuned perfectly. Razagath wasn't really dangerous.
Also, by the way, Torghast was a success up until they forced you to do Torghast for Legendary. Okay, so Torghast on its own, like standalone system, was actually a success. People loved Torghast up until they were forced to do it every week because that was the only way to get like whatever AP was at that point, right? To be able to like craft their legendaries. So other than that, Torghast was a success, and that's why in Dragonflight you have like that event that has Torghast powers in it. I believe Delves have Torghast in them or some shit like that as well. I'm not sure, but pretty sure. Because I've never played Delves, but I think I saw it. So overall, Torghast was a success, so they're keeping some of the mechanics that people enjoyed.
Because it's
everything's an experiment with these guys.
Could die.
They don't really know what they're designing.
She felt like a real spectacle of a boss. New players seeing that as it was in PTR would have been kind of game changing, but the scaling turns it into a joke. Instead of facing off against a boss, it feels like you're playing with cheats turned on. Opening the damage meter, we see the exact problem. The followers are doing way too much damage. So
so you are playing with NPCs. So they already have the technology, bro. Hell yeah, man. Let's go. That's it. Alright, so like they know what they're doing. Okay, so like me saying it was kind of like useless. That's actually exactly what they did. Who the fuck is Captain Garrick? Shuja, Caligos is fine. How's Caligos? Is Caligos a rogue, bro? Why is Caligos a rogue, man? He's definitely a mage. It's like they just wanted to bring everyone. No, like I was gonna say, they had to bring one of each class, but it's like no, there's two mages, Khadgar and Meredy. How is Caligos not a mage, bro? He's literally the dragon of magic. He's like the aspect of magic, and the guy's a fucking rogue. What?
This is a new feature.
Who came up
for
with this?
New players, right? This story mode version of the raid. And seemingly, it does not matter enough to get a sanity check whenever Blizzard are changing up the maths. And it's not like this is legacy content. They did this follower raid version of Razageth in patch 11.2.7, which was the patch before pre-patch. They knew pre-patch was coming, along with its scaling. Raids are maybe WoW's best feature. There's certainly one Blizzard have committed to shipping more of in Midnight. And if they don't bother to show you the best side of raids to new players, that's a bad thing. Matt actually doubted this.
Honestly, that might be the best side of raids, beating the boss. Like, fighting the boss is really not that fun. Beating the boss is where the fun is. Not getting loot is not so fun. Getting loot, pretty fun, right? So, you know, I think them beating the boss so easily probably would invite people to try raids more.
So much that he thought maybe being above level 70 was the problem. So he went and did the whole thing again.
Oh god.
We then went on a Feral Druid, and the Feral Druid had almost none of the problems that Silk Genius did, and it was all much faster. Spells were actually available whenever the talent tree suggested. AoE was available pretty much immediately, and every ability felt useful. In almost every way, it was a much better leveling experience. Running through Dragonflight's base campaign was even faster like this, taking about 3.5 hours. Now,
isn't Druid like the best class to level with? Like, I'm pretty sure Druid is ranked #1. I think like right next to Hunter for like a fastest leveling. Paladin is somewhere up there too because just AoE and like doesn't die. But like, you could have picked like, I don't know who's slow. Fucking Disc Priest would be slow to level. Yeah. Why didn't you take Disc Priest, bro? Test it on a Disc Priest. See what happens.
Now that ended our Druid at level 52, and that's where our Druid got to fight Razageth. As it turns out, no, it's not level scaling. It's actually just that fast. Literally, it seems Blizzard have just tuned the Razageth story mode fight to be awful and to feel like it has cheats on and is a little bit...
I'm sorry, I can never let go of the fact that she has tiny hands. The tiny hands make her look so fucking ridiculous. Like she doesn't even need the hands. Just like pretend the wings are her hands because either way, she slams you with her wings like it was a hand. Why does she have the tiny hands? It's just funny, bro. Like, it's like the joke about the T-Rex. It's just so funny, man.
And it's not just Razagath either.
Look at those tiny hands.
We needed to check out the
Oh
next
my
boss
God.
to be sure, so we went and tried out the updated quest flow, and that meant we actually got to level up by doing patch content. This is something that World of Warcraft has basically never supported. We were doing things like the excellent Blue Dragon quests, the decent Green Dragon quests, and then, of course, we went down to Zaralek Cavern. And then we did all of that zone's campaign right up to Aberrus. And halfway through that, the Dragonflight scaling thing had started to make a little bit more sense. Because it turns out Dragonflight's base campaign only scales to level 70, but the patch content goes all the way up to level 80, and that means our druid didn't slow down. He hit level 80 in under 7 hours, almost half the time it took the Demon Hunter. He actually dinged just before fighting Sarkareth, who, sadly, died as pitifully and quickly as Razagath did. So, turns out, Story Mode's raid scaling is kinda just broken and tuned terribly. WoW's raids in this mode are reduced to about a minute of watching bosses fail to do anything cool or interesting. We didn't even bother to go and check for Rack. So, in this experiment, we learned a few things. Time walking is fun, but it's an inefficient mess. Devourer, the new spec that Blizzard are hyping up, is quite literally a trap for new or returning players. And
like
if
half
they
the
choose it
specs.
to level up, which they would be right to think they could do, well, they just have a bad time. And on top of that, leveling is now extremely fast. It is so fast that picking up talent points is almost more of a chore than it is an exciting moment.
Yeah, just set it.
It's so
Just set it to auto, man. Like just set it to automatic. Just like give you the basic fucking build. Who cares?
fast that even if you're playing without the full warband buff, just doing the main quests, you won't even finish one expansion. Now on the plus side, the stat squish genuinely helped, and the whole game feels more balanced at the low levels. The Dragonflight and patch content flow is real smooth, and it shows off some of the best questing the game has got to offer. It's really close to WoW's best foot being put forward, closer than it has been in a long time. If it wasn't so full of bugs, if raids had actually scaled properly, and if there wasn't a massive asterisk hanging over all of this. Because we learned something else. The Winds of Mysterious Fortune isn't just a random little buff to speed things up. It is a band-aid to keep the whole experience from breaking. A year ago, in Milk Genius's attempt at leveling, he hit a wall at level 60. You see, the item level curve got way too steep, and side quests weren't giving him gear. It was a miserable time because killing just 1 or 2 mobs at a time took sending every cooldown, and it was only when he got level appropriate gear that he could fight anything at all in a reasonable fashion. Thankfully, WoW does not have this problem right now, but within a few weeks, it will have this problem. You see, the entire time leveling both of these characters,
did he close his eyes?
Had issues with gear. And that's because the
why?
mysterious satchels.
Yeah, that's the problem with like this. Is why I don't like this app so much.
Match their level.
Why I don't like this app so much, man. He fell asleep from the video, bro. Understandable, but yeah, it's like that's why I'm not a fan. This is probably the better one right there. Can't even see it because he's green. Okay, let me change his color. It'll be a red pickle. Okay, yeah, there we go. See, like he does. It's just the thing is, I naturally have like, I wouldn't say tiny eyes, but like my eyes are like not very big. Like it looks like I'm high as shit. There we go. There we go. What? Like one eye is like not even. One eye is just not even working. If I look to the side, the one eye just like goes down. High as fuck. We're. Oh my god, that's fucking funny. Oh, high as fuck. We're gaming. This is better. Keep this one. All right, I'll keep the cucumber, bro.
There was almost never a period where these characters were weak and waiting for the right quest drop.
All right. Anyways, yeah. So not much to watch here. This was a bit of a waste of a video. Nothing too interesting here. Yeah. Finished leveling this guy, and I'll probably never touch him again. He's literally just gonna stand there, collect what do you call them? Charged quartz. That's his role in the world. Charged quartz, bro. One day I will decide to play a different character, but every time I do, something just brings me back to this guy. I think I didn't do this yet. I have to do these couple of things. Oh, where's this going? This is my favorite class, man. Evoker's insane world v world. I mean, I believe you, but like I think Elementalist is probably like the perfect class because it's one of those things that's like supposed to have an answer for every situation. So in that regard, it is like the perfect class. But man, is it annoying to play. Especially with my keybinds for F1 to F5. Maybe I just need to find a build that I find fun. I don't know. I didn't mind leveling with it. It's literally like... It's a lot of buttons, but it's not complicated. Like, honestly, I don't agree when people say that it's... I think the only one that's complicated is... What is it? The Weaver that combines... is it the Weaver that... What is it? That does this thing? Like that... If you change... Yeah, it's... Yeah, Weaver. Right? So the Weaver is probably the only one that's complicated because you have to memorize the 3 based on like which 2 elements you are using and how you... Which one was first. I would say that is probably more complicated to kind of get behind. Like if you... Especially if you're doing PvP or World v World and it's like, oh shit, like you're on fire and then it's like, oh well fuck, I have to change to water real quick. I have to change water real quick to do that, this and that, but then it's like it fucks up your rotation. So it's like, well, I usually go, let's say, fire, earth, electricity, water, but now because I got fucked and I had to do fire, water, now I can't go back to fire. This would fuck me up. So now how would I go about it? Would I go into like earth and ignore 3 and then into air and then what? Water and then fire? Like that would fuck you up. Like that type of stuff will really mess with you because like where do I reset my rotation in, right? So I think Weaver is probably like insanely annoying for PvP and World v World, whereas PvE it's like you just you know your rotation, you change to this, that, you click 2 3 4, you switch to this 2 3 4, you switch to this 2 3 4 5, you switch to this 2 3 4, switch to this, like that's most of the, you know, like you just have to, it's a lot of buttons, but like for the most part it's like what's my rotation here, right? I'm using all 4 of these, well, not on this specifically, but on my evoker. What is my actual rotation? Now it's a lot of buttons, but it's like all I'm doing is I start at fire, 2 3 4 5, like, well, 2 4 3 5 or whatever, right? Switch to earth, 2 4 3 5, switch to air, 2 3 4, switch to water, 2 3 4, switch to fire, 2 4 3 5, right? So it's like it's not complicated, it's just a lot of buttons. So I don't agree with people saying that Elementalist, as like in general, is hard, right? Literally was leveling because you can only level as an Elementalist, you can't level as a specialization. And was basically that. Like, I thought it was more complex than that, but no, that's pretty much Elementalist in a nutshell. It's just a lot of buttons. You understand which ones do damage, which is fire, air, and earth. Earth is usually a mix, right? Rotation is based on what needs to be done. In Evoker, you react and predict and counter based on what is about to happen or happening, and afford to take damage. Yes, so like Evoker, like again, in your case, you need to have a lot of knowledge for PvP already, right? I don't, man. I don't know what half the specializations that I'm fighting do. Shit, I'm fighting against luminaries, and I don't know what they're doing. Okay, because for me, when I fight as a luminary, right? When I fight as a luminary, I look at the buttons I'm clicking, and I don't see the animations of my character. and all like, so when somebody attacks me as a luminary, I'm like, I am not sure what buttons he's clicking right now because I don't know the animation. Right? The clarity in the game is just not as good as like something like, and by the way, I prefer the PvP modes in Guild Wars 2, but the PvP in WoW is better in terms of understanding what the fuck is going on. Oh yeah, that's exactly why I'm like, why I was looking for people to like fight, and I wasn't angry when the I lost to the engineer guy. Right? Right? How cool is that? See, even Char looks good. The white one? Listen. This is the only time the Char looks good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good in the Char. Not the Gunner, the white one. This one? Oh, this one. Yeah. Only problem is you cannot have the tail because the jacket is also the pants. This is the pirate something. This is from it's just the chest piece. It's from Visions of Eternity.
Citizens of New Kainan, we have received multiple distress calls from the Napui and Suntiang labs. Please send help.
Restless Captain's Heavy Coat.
Due to an inability to restore order in certain city sectors.
It's pretty nice. I did, I saw, I was like, yeah. Yeah. It's pretty nice. It sucks that you can't, the pants don't matter here. Like, it doesn't matter what pants you wear, because the jacket takes over, which kind of sucks. But yeah, I do like this. It is pretty good, not the Gunner one. This fucking guy. No, not the Gunner one. I've been sending the code token. I have a reason to get it now. Yeah, it's a pretty nice set. Here we go. The most broken fucking thing in the world. And I'm not even like... Yeah, I clicked all my buttons, but now it's just so much damage for like no reason. Literally like an AFK build almost. I thought it would be more of a minion build, but it's not really a minion build. Like, I want to actually like be a minion build. Not because I like minion builds, I actually like probably like the thing I hate the most, but I think like Necromancer deserves a minion build, if that makes sense. I mean, this is also good. Yeah, I mean, this is just good overall. Ritualist is just fucking broken, man. I mean, to be fair, not just Ritualist. Pretty much every Necromancer is pretty much broken. Just because they have a second life, which is kind of busted. Is insane one mode. Actually, the shit you spawn is unkillable, so you just stand there and you're doing... Yep. That's... Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. It's pretty broken. Pretty broken. Because you can't do anything about the... what do you call the minions, the summons. And it's actually works pretty good against me because... he doesn't take much action, so like my confusion doesn't really do much to him. Is that it? I think that was all of them. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we're gonna go into World v World again. Just checking if there's a mushroom here. Okay. But yeah, I haven't won as many duels as I have with before using this. Literally, honestly, I would say this is like the most low intensity World v World build I've ever tried. Because like realistically, again, if you're just focusing on defense, it just makes it very, very low intensity. You just do defense as like your main target. I am the classic player of World v World, yeah, because honestly, I just can't understand what other people are doing that sometimes one-shots me and sometimes does no damage. I just like just don't understand. Like, my brain cannot comprehend. What I do need to do, though, I need to make a support build. Probably Troubadour, because I'm not a fan of support Chrono in World v World, even though it's pretty good. I just don't like playing it. Oh, nice. Somebody's attacking. Let's go. Hopefully I'm not too late. Probably the green whose base we just took. Oh, nice. Outnumbered again. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Outnumbered. Story of my life. Fuck, it's blue again? Yeah.
For the record, you've been struck.
Time to do some real damage. Dodge this! Sharp blade, sharp mind.
Alright, confusion stacks. Excuse me. No. We gotta get rid of this guy first.
Replenishing.
No. Right. Did he leave? Yes, he left. 50. Oh, there he is.
Replenishing.
And let me hit this guy. Such pussies, bro. He just comes in and out. 10 seconds. Is gonna reset. Should reset, right? Am I still in combat? Really? Yeah. Hey! Full participation, buddy. You guys cannot handle me. Let's go. How am I still in combat? Yeah, you better run, bitch. Hi, buddy.
Slice them apart.
It's just us.
I've beaten you, but you don't know it yet.
Ooh, got the interrupt.
Replenishing.
I think he's playing tanky, that's why we can't really do much to him.
Another.
Calm before the storm.
Dodge this.
Yeah, he's just playing tanky. He's playing. He's just running away all the time. It's fine by me, brother. Just gonna resurrect some guys here. Lights run POV. This fight's gonna take. Yeah, basically. This guy. Wait. One of the best supports right now. Trub is meta. This guy right here is you when you started days ago. No, because he's actually running away properly. But like he also plays defensive. Like he did like almost no damage to me. Are they chilling? Looks like they are. They really want my territory. But you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it. Because you know why? Because I have the weekly defend objective. Where is it? Yeah, objective defender. So we gotta do that.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Just interrupt my heal. I interrupt my own heal now. Can I get my heal across? Jesus Christ, man.
Sharper still.
Dude, what is that wall, man?
Replenishing. They'll have to hit much harder.
For the record, you've been
Bye-bye. Times. Anyone else? No? You scepter, torch, then staff. Staff is like what I open with.
Another. Replenishing. They'll have to hit much harder. I could outrun a centaur. Dodge this.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh, this guy's gone.
Strength failing me. I could outrun a centaur. You'll be feeling that one for days. Replenishing. Another.
Well, and then he's gone too. Right, next challenger, please. Excuse me. Oh, he switched to Paragon now. Okay, all right.
Slice them apart. Not enough energy.
Shit, should not have clicked 3 there.
There's nothing to fear.
Another. Feel the fury. I don't have enough energy.
Leave my Doldiacs alone, bro.
Hurts, doesn't it? Another.
Ooh, nice dodge.
Dodge this. could outrun a centaur.
Alright, you guys decide what you want to do. I'm just gonna heal here real quick. Pistol offense skills are very cool, by the way, if you ever want to check it out. Oh, the 4-5, yeah, I like them. Oh, alright.
Sharper still. Feel the fury. Bam! Sharper still. Replenishing. They'll have to hit much harder. Sharp blade, sharp mind. Feel the fury.
Here we go again. Ah, you piece of shit.
I could outrun a centaur. Another. Replenishing.
I can do it while in Viz 2 though.
You'll be feeling that one for days. Sharper still. Replenishing. Dodge this. I could outrun.
Oh, that wall, man, huh? What is that wall that he keeps making? I do like the pistol, by the way. I was thinking about using it.
Feel the fury. Replenishing.
Ooh, they started to gang up on me, eh?
I don't have enough energy.
Yeah, I guess they had enough of my shenanigans.
Hurts, doesn't it? Time to do some real damage.
Damn, bro. That's not cool, man. I thought we had an agreement over here. Pussies ganging up on me like that when I didn't have my cooldown.
Need help here.
Okay, but like, what's the point of keeping me here then?
Venom.
Alright.
Too strong.
Now what? Like, the thing is, by the time I come back, the NPCs will respawn. So like, well, some like the 2 of the NPCs will respawn. I don't think they have enough time to cap it. Also, I can't believe that this whole time nobody on my team came. I do think maybe I should use. Hey, event succeeded, baby. Let's go. Is that like 3 defenses now? I think it was. I think it was 3 defenses. Hell yeah. It's Doliak time, baby.
They'll have to hit much harder. I could outrun.
Damn. Why did I do that? I don't care, man. I just need my thing. Bye bye. Get fucked. This is my town, baby. My camp. You know, take. Where's the world? How many more do I need to defend? Oh, did I finish? Oh, there we go. All right. All right, you can have it now. I just need the defending. It's like we're good. Yeah, basically. Yeah. For the most part, yeah. It's they both ganged up on me and I did die, but oh, let's go. Finally, we have a friend. We have a friend, bro. We have a friend. I cannot believe we have a friend. Not gonna help much, but at least we have a friend. Okay, he's not capturing. Oh, we have a third friend. Have another friend. Do you have the new relic of shackles for thieves? I think I actually got it. No, I didn't. I decided not to take it. I remember I had the option. It's literally just doing the quick play. I should get it. Will make thieves not want to play the game anymore. Yes, but also I just usually don't fight thieves. I see a thief, I just go the other way because it's just such a not fun thing to play against. Like, it's really just not interesting to play against them. They just run away all the time, so it's like, why would I even bother, kind of thing. Where are my katas? There we go. They can run away from you if you load them with confusion, so you should get it. I feel like they still can they? Because of the invulnerability thing they do? They just can't do it twice. Now, I am curious about trying this with a pistol. The problem is, like, pistol is for bleeding, and I don't really do bleeding, but the daze does, like, the daze or stun that it does actually apply poison, so, you know, maybe it's not too bad if I played. There's no confusion on pistol. What are you talking about? Pistol confusion? Oh, on 5 there is confusion. You are right. 3 stacks of confusion on pistol 5. Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe I should go back to my pistol ways. It's also like really fun when the pistol actually hits. Toughness, vitality, conditions. Yeah, that's the one. We're back. It's okay, guys. You can just do your own thing. I don't care. I just want to build. Are we fighting? Ah, shit. Okay. Dude, how does he have a blink every 2 seconds, man? Like, fuck right off. Blink, invis, blink, invis, blink, invis. Like, it's actually such a dumb fucking class. Like, who designed this shit, man? Okay, I'm on Mithril. We're getting there, we're getting there. If you had Shekel, he dead? I doubt he would be dead, because I don't really do a lot of damage. I only do damage if he does stuff, so... I do need to do more, what do you call it? Quick play raid, which basically strikes, to get all of those. Because I think Shackle is from that, right? If you do the quick play. No, you do damage. Also, isn't like for like 3 seconds? Oh, dude, you scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck. Fucking reflex, just like leave the thing right away. Would be cool if this also knocked back enemies that are near you. You apply all the other stuff, bleeding, poison, burning from torch and shit. Well, if I use pistol, then I'm not, am I? Bleeding, I barely apply bleeding, but like, yeah, torch, burning, confusion, and torment from... Actually, wait. I feel like my torment was not... Shatter skills inflict torment, because I feel like this was not inflicting torment, and I was really not happy about that. Maybe I should change to this one again. If I go with what's it called? See, it's all ages. It's all about blocking, regeneration. This is the build. Get rid of the staff. Man, I don't know. Chaos Aura is like really nice though. Go like axe, pistol maybe? I'll go axe and pistol. But yeah, it's annoying. Like Chaos Aura is just really nice. Yeah, axe pistol. Maybe, yeah. Wish I had a legendary axe and legendary pistol. Doesn't matter too much.
Flee, you cowards! I could outrun a centaur.
Gotta step on them, then torch 5, so they take burning from that rate you just looked at. So you want to do X, X with torch and scepter with pistol. Hey, acceptance at long last. Actually, would make sense because if I do a 5, doing scepter 3 would actually work into the pistol 5. That's actually not a bad idea. Because if I daze them, so if I do like, yeah, 4, 5, and then 3 to stack up even more confusion, that could actually work, yeah. So it's basically 4, 5, and then 3 to like maximize the confusion, and then do like the shattering as well.
I feel good. Oh, shiny.
Oh, shiny. Oh shit, I didn't do my lunar daily. My bad. Okay, let's So we'll do a bunch of these first. Forgot to do my lunar daily. Grab these. Perfecting the Ebola build? Basically, yeah. Well, this is more of a... I wonder if there's a term. Let's ask ChatGPT. I don't know if I need to log in or not. Or if I have like... Okay. Just deleting some history that nobody needs to know what I'm looking for. Okay, cool. What do you call that game? Nah, that's abuse you do as kids, where you hold your brother's hands and hit him with it. Yeah, the why are you hitting yourself? Or self-slapping, brother torture, joking was there's no formal name. Damn it. Okay, so it's the why are you hitting yourself game. That's the confusion build. Now what I do need is, I know this applies confusion, right? 3 maybe? Yeah, 3 applies confusion. So 3 applies confusion. I wish something else also applied confusion. Like, well, I mean, from the interesting stuff that is. This 3 applies confusion, so it's only the 3 that applies confusion. This one doesn't, obviously. No. Purple. Yeah, I guess we'll try that actually. You know what? Yeah, let's try that. That is actually a pretty interesting build. Can't get worse than this. I mean, no, it was just so one of the things was I was looking for names for my mage, for my evoker, and it was like dragon names that are kind of like with dad humor, witty, but also offensive. And so I was like, whatever, I don't wanna talk about that, right? Have you seen what he's called, by the way? So this is what I came up with ChatGPT. Are you ready? This is like pretty bad in the sense that it's like it's not very creative, because I'm not a creative person, right? His name is Drake My Nuts in Ya. Okay, like this is what we came up with ChatGPT. Drake My Nuts in Ya. Okay, so yeah, it was, I didn't want to talk about, but here we are talking about it. So that happened. Okay. Yeah, even ChatGPT is not creative. I was like looking for like wittiness, and we ended up nuts in ya. So yeah, it's like even now I can come up with better things than Drake My Nuts in ya. Like, now you see me, nuts you don't, or some shit like that. I don't know. Like, I just had something. Oh, no.
Mine.
No, actually, no. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. So yeah, I'm gonna stop thinking about it. Creativity is just not my thing. The most creative thing I've ever done is Clitoris. That was it. And I'm pretty sure I copied it from someone. Yeah, Clitoris was probably like the peak of my wittiness. I am not a witty guy at all. Clitoris is the peak for me. I will never overcome Clitoris. It was pretty fucking good though. Especially for the time. Actually, no. My BNet name used to be this. Let's hope you don't get banned for those names. Probably not. This used to be my BNet balance, my BNet name, okay? And they didn't let me change it because you're only allowed for like one name change. And the sad part is that this was... Ain't it bans for those? Well, we'll see. I mean, why? Can't they just ask me to change my name? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. They might do me a favor if they ban me. Like, at this point, if they ban me, I'll probably won't even be mad. I'll make videos about it, about how bullshit the ban is, but I probably won't even be mad, because honestly, you're probably gonna save my life if you ban me. Like, I'll probably go and do actual, like, real life shit that I'm supposed, like, that I need to do anyways. So it's like, it's not even that bad, you know? It's like when you get fired from a job, it's like, okay, good, now I can go look for a decent paying job instead of being stuck in this shithole because it's comfortable, you know? You know what I mean? I think they will tell you to just rename. Yeah, if they tell me to rename, it's whatever. It's not a big deal. I'll tell them no! And they'll be like, yes. Wow. I did come to a decision, though, that I will be probably starting tomorrow when I stream. I am literally farming the fuck out of EOD for legendaries right now. Because I can craft 2 legendaries. By the time I can craft the first one, I'll be able to craft the second one. I think all I'm missing is condensed might right now. And I need, like... I want to make 3 weapons. But what I think I'll do is I'll probably craft this. Like, you know, see, like crafting 20 gold. So I don't even need much, right? I have one of these. I think I already have the...
I know your face from my dream.
Oh yeah, because I have Draconic Tribute, which is where the condensed mind magic. So I'm gonna make the Dragon's Flight. The only thing I'm missing now is the 200... Oh, never mind. So I can't even craft 2 because... Oh, because I crafted the Legendary Staff.
Interested in something specific?
Because I crafted Bifrost. That's why I can't... Oh, fuck me, man. So I have to, like, farm a lot of Spirit Shards. So what I was thinking is... I would craft these legendaries, like this would be my focus. Make gold. I won't sell it. I won't sell them. Sorry, I won't trade them for gems because I'm pretty good on gems right now. Like, you know, this is like 2 legendaries worth of gems.
Interested in something specific?
And then I would focus on getting some of these legendaries. I was thinking getting the dagger, but now I might get the axe, to be honest. I probably need 2 axes though. So I'm gonna have to do a full world exploration as well. This is a lot of fucking work, and the more I think about it, the less I want to do it. And then... I don't even know what I want to do for pistol. Technically, I can do any pistol I want, realistically. Like, I have the... Oh, fuck, I have to do this axe. And then I also have to do Astralaria axe. Because I need 2 axes anyways for axe. But I think I'll leave this axe for later. Make a pistol for you? Bro, I need to make a pistol for myself. And honestly, pistol is like at the bottom of my list because who the hell uses pistol anyways? Like, I'm literally just going to use a pistol just for this one build that I'm trolling on. And I think this is pretty trolly as well. Thieves mains, man. Yeah, but they need like 2 pistols, so like, and also who plays thief, man? Aside from degenerates and lowlives and fucking losers, pussies, nobody plays thieves, you know? How else am I going to make people delete the game? Yeah, seriously. Honestly, Amalgam.
Oh, shiny.
You want to build the game, be good at Amalgam. They are unkillable, they do a lot of damage. And also, same for Luminaries. Become really good at Luminary and you can make people delete the game. Only problem is that other Luminaries exist. Now, in a world where other Luminaries would not exist, then you'd be fine. But unfortunately, Luminaries do exist, so you'd have to be better than them as well.
May the stars guide you.
I was manufactured
Which is like gonna be very hard. Want unkillable but permanency C, that's what I want. Oh, core necromancer. Just core necromancer, lifesteal, full toughness, full vitality, lifesteal. Yeah, you're good. But yeah, you don't kill anyone because you don't have any chase potential, but you are just a you just don't die. And because you don't die, people might die by attacking you. It's like similar to me. If somebody runs away from me, I can't really do much to follow them. I can blink, but it's not like I have any burst potential after the blink. So right now, if people run away from me, I'm like, well, it's kind of over. So it's like, I guess nobody wins this one, buddy. That's usually the case. Jesus. Okay, I need to do this Lunar Festival daily. And then I gotta go to sleep because I gotta wake up in like 6-7 hours. Who provides the enemy floor POV? Who provides enemy with floor POV? Honestly, look, if you're really smart and really good, you can get that feel from a power virtuoso. Because just, you know, stack some invisibility. Go in from invisibility and just blade song harmony, but like you have to go like full berserker basically, right? With like I think 1 piece of assassin, you need like 60% crit chance. Okay, and then you have to see them from afar. You have to use mimic, right? So you do mimic, you do invis, right? You do blink, and then you do F1 into Greatsword 4 and they're dead. If they are not expecting it and they don't know you're coming, they are dead instantly, right? And you can, if you want, even go for Mantra of Pain for like the sake of it, for like another 1000 damage, but usually not necessary. Yeah, but if they're not dead, this is the crucial part. If they're not dead, you're dead. So one of you will have floor POV like pretty much right away, like instant floor POV, because like nobody, you either don't survive or they don't survive. So yeah, I mean it's a fun build. It's a fun build. Finding Fortune, open 6 letters. Okay, are we doing race today or are we doing, yes, we're doing fire starter. Shit. Okay. Oh no, wait, that's not the one. Where is it? Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. It's the stupid adventure. I really don't like doing this. Can we get rid of map completion? Thank you. I don't do this daily, don't even know what it gives. I'm literally doing it for the gambling rights later on. For these little divine lucky envelopes. I want to see if their price goes up after the event is over. And if it doesn't go up, I'll just open them and gamble. If it does go up, then I don't mind doubling my investment. Because right now they're like, they sell for like 130, but they cost 1 gold. sometimes 90 silver to buy. So technically you can make some money, like make 1 gold a day basically, is what I'm saying. But if they will go up in price after the event is over, oh shit, then it would be very nice.
Is there a problem?
Some people just like to gamble. I'm still waiting for the chests from the other events to go up in price because it's really annoying. Another good thing about them is that, where is it? Oh, not that. Do they? Actually, I don't know if it's a good thing because I have no idea. But no, not that. This one. Yeah, this one. 10 achievement points every 5 days. It's not great, but it is something. And then also this guy, Shining Aureate weapon, which are not bad. They're not great. I don't really care about their appearance. It's more like I want to unlock as many appearances as I can before I use my guaranteed appearance unlock item, because unfortunately it doesn't unlock only from the store. It also unlocks just like random chests that you can get in events. It even has the Astral Vault items for the guarantee wardrobe unlock, which is really disappointing when I found out. And I found out because I unlocked a stupid item from the Astral Vault, and I was like, oh my god, okay, from now on, before I open these, I have to buy every single appearance from the Astral Vault as well. So it's like, it's gonna be quite a while before I use my the guarantee appearance unlock, because I really don't want to get another freaking Astral Vault item. That would be very, very annoying. Would not be fun, not at all. Also, like, this event is like, what, 5 minutes at most? Honestly, if it's the race, it's like less. I don't need to, I have this one here. Hey, and then you just get these 5, and then you just open. And that's it. Boom, boom. I don't bother with anything else. I just get these 8. And these 2.
How can I help?
And that's it. Nothing else really matters. Managed to get the primers from World v World, man. Oh yeah, I wonder what they would be actually. I mean, the primers are just to extend your buff, right? That's what the primers do. They extend your buff to 12 hours. That is quite a quality of life. That is some serious quality of life. Oh man, I am low on everything. I'm gonna buy that. Okay, finish this, finish that. Oh yeah. What's on my weekly? Oh, logging X, dude. I was in World v World and I didn't get the logging X. Are you kidding me? But I know what I need to do. Crepe this or bandit. I know what I need to do. Major wizards. It is super good for food that only lasts 30 minutes and utility that is omega expensive, like the Karka toughness shit. I just am so illiterate when it comes to food and utility that I just don't know. I just don't know any of the utilities, man. It's like I just never used. I have a bunch of them that I got when I was raiding and wanted to do like good damage and stuff, but it's this one. But I never really used them. I think I used them like once or twice. Oh, this it? No way, right? A tier 2 over there then? Oh no, it's just an event. Why am I not just teleporting here? calling it a day. It's pretty much right there.
Set them up for the kill.
Well, I mean, that's the... Finish the crypt is the rift. Still not getting my weekly done because of it. Do the meta event. Honestly, I'll probably do all of these anyways. Wait, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Isn't that... I got Dragonstorm with that. I don't care about that. If it's Dragonstorm, isn't also that? I think it is. Yeah, usually I do my weeklies on like the day where I'm like really free, so like Friday or something, but decided to do it today, so... Oh shit, it's this. Isn't Auric Bastion at the same time though? Isn't it supposed to be Auric Bastion right now? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's just do Auric Bastion then real quick. Let's do East. There we go. There we go.
We have protected Tarir for over a century. It will not fall this day.
Phantom, you will obey.
It's over.
I've been a while since I've done the bombs. Every time I do the bombs, I feel like they are not being done.
You've been struck. Modramon, I failed you.
I feel good.
Oh, dude, I forgot to change my thing. I'm not gonna be doing a lot of damage.
Impressive combination for the storm. Another. More than enough.
Oh yeah, you can't even do this. Oh yeah, there we go. It went off finally after clicking multiple times.
Bow in hand.
They were supposed to stop, right? We're supposed to stop? I think we're supposed to stop, no? Well, I guess we're not stopping. Alright, gotta go to west then. Okay, don't burn so hard next time. L, O, L, gotta go west.
There's more where that came from.
Is it west or... Yeah, I think it's west actually. That needs help usually. Like, not to kill. They killed in one shot, but usually takes them longer to get to the point where they can kill it. Hell yeah, let's go, right on time.
I feel good.
We walk beyond. You're seeing.
No panic this time, boys! Guess I'm not applying confusion. I don't know, man. Maybe if it's confused, it just like kills itself and we're good to go. Alright, as long as South doesn't fuck up, we're good. And by fuck up, I mean if they have enough DPS. I'm assuming they do. Well, yeah.
Victory is ours.
Yay! It is ours.
Replenishing.
Why am I being prepared to fight?
I feel good.
Submit.
Another. Hold it together. There.
Here, sometimes that random people just die because it is impossible to see him placing shit on the floor. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. Most times, you don't. No, let me hit him! Okay, nice, I got it. Hell yeah. Okay, I don't care about these ones, just want the big ones. Apparently these ones are kind of a waste to grab.
I could outrun a centaur.
I clearly haven't done this in a while.
All shiny.
Yeah, I wonder if confusion would even work on the Octovine. Like, it doesn't do anything, right? So it's what the fuck would that even do? Like, that would be funny. It's like I'm confused, but it's not like I can do anything anyway, so whatever.
Feel the fury. Feel the fury.
You know that shekel relic? Yeah, that doesn't solve my anger management issues when it comes to thieves, unfortunately. Because it actually like kind of makes it worse, where it's like, okay, so you're telling me, like the game, like whoever designed it, right? You're telling me I need to take a relic that is effective only against thieves, right? Essentially. And like I have to give up basically one slot of my whole kit just to be able to deal with a thief. I think like that's kind of stupid. Like what is the the design philosophy here that you are telling me that I have to sacrifice a slot of gear just in order to be able to deal with a specific class in the game? Why not just fix the class? Just fix the class instead of giving me like the one item that counters basically only that. Now, technically, I guess it doesn't counter only that. I guess it can counter mesmers as well, but let's be real, mesmers are really not much of an issue compared to thief. Holy shit, this was fun. Especially the aviator.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Yeah, brum, 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 brum.
Sweet, sweet loot.
So stupid, bro. So stupid.
Feel the fury.
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. I do love this. This is my second favorite toy. My favorite toy by far is the bobblehead laboratory. Okay, enough. Grow up, child. Grow up. Okay, so did that, this, that, this, all of this, that, this. Oh my god, they need to consolidate the consumables in this game, bro. It's a bit atrocious. We're going for amalgamated. It is atrocious. Pure sigil of perception. Yeah, okay, buddy.
I was manufactured to the highest standard.
I still have one of these guys. Did I not get any of the world chests though? Oh, I need one more. That's right. Dahlia Denier. That's the main one. Then we get this. Let's go deny to Dolyax, I guess. Call it a week on World v World. Of course, we control it whenever I need it. Okay, good. There we go. Blue will have Dolyax. And then, oh my god, it's already 2:08. I'm not gonna have a good sleep today, am I? Actually, I need to sleep till later, because I'm going to sushi tomorrow morning, so I have to like not eat all night. Then not eat in the morning. And then all you can eat sushi. And that's why I stay fat. That's pretty much it. Like, that's stuff like this. This is why I am fat. Actually, I am not fat. I am a cucumber. So, red cucumber apparently. So, Dolyak, where art thou going? Oh no, this is a bug Dolyak too. Shit, this is a bug Dolyak. This is gonna be a problem. Let's see where. It's not a bug Dolyak. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Stun.
You're sharper still.
Alright, that's the one. Oh, another one. Let's go. Right on time, baby. Right on time.
Time to do some real damage.
I really need to stop using 5 before I use 4. Oh no. Shit. Okay. Damn, this might be better on the Mirage, but the Mirage doesn't have the blocking that the Virtuoso has, so that's also a problem.
Sharp blade, sharp mind.
Well, actually, since I'm getting rid of the staff...
I could outrun a centaur.
Okay, let's kill this guy real quick. I'm getting rid of the staff. Maybe I don't need... Oh no, I need chaos for the invisibilities, though.
You're finished.
Man, that's a rough one. So how do I use the gun now? Because the whole point of the gun is the resetting of it. If I want to use the gun... Oh, I just get rid of illusions then. If I get rid of illusions, I do dueling. Recharge on interrupt is 25 seconds. Bigger when delivering critical hit. Illusions inflict bleeding on critical hit. Answer doesn't matter, but blindness is not bad. Oh fuck, it's a friend. Okay, so... I'm too far from... So how would I go about it then? How would I go about... Yeah, kick me out, that's fine. Like in terms of the build... So I have to take dueling, but dueling kind of sucks. Oh, never mind. Oh, interrupts are both confusion. Ooh, actually, you know what? You know what? Yeah, we can do that. We can totally do that. It does suck that the bleed is like not great, but you know what? Hey, that's a bit more damage. We do 4. So we do like this. No, I'll just unequip it. Do this here. So this needs to be an axe, which I think I have. Yep. And this needs to be a gun. This needs to be a torch. Toughness, vitality, condition. Yeah. Then we have cleansing. Yeah, apply that shit. We need cleansing. You know what? I'm actually gonna go with energy. Or stamina, whatever. No, so energy. How about chill? How does chill work? Do we have a chill? Damage by foes and chill them for 2 seconds when you swap to this weapon. For 2 seconds after striking from its flank when they are defiant. No, we'll use the... Using poison on this doesn't make sense. So, probably not. How's the poison? Ends with 2 stacks of poison for 4 seconds upon non-critical. Your next attack will inflict 3 stacks of poison after swung to this weapon in combat. Yeah, maybe. Confusion, lots of confusion. 3, 2, 2. Are these ranged or no? No, they're not ranged, though. So it will be like 4, 5 into a 3. Right, so you do like a 4, 5 into a 3, essentially. Oh, that would be a nice start. So you go in Viz. You go in Viz. You click 5 and you do a 3 onto them. Right, and then you do Blade Song Sorrow. You just load them up with confusion right from the get-go. And the annoying part is that they will likely cleanse it right away. But if they don't, because, you know, this, like, we're fighting random people here, it'll be fine. Right, and then either way I can switch to this. Right, let's say they cleanse, boom, 5, 4, 4, 5, and 3, as well as a block. You know what? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad of an idea. But anyways, I gotta go. I can't believe I streamed for 5 hours today. Tomorrow, night stream, by the way. Probably like 8 or 9 p.m. I'm gonna start. Something like that. Throughout the night. Until like 4:45 a.m. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching. You can't see my hands, but I am waving them to say bye-bye. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Thanks for hanging out. This is Red Cucumber.